Good evening. Good evening. If I could get everybody's attention before we get started tonight, I'm pleased to introduce Tass Welch, who will lead us in our invocation, and she's with Community of Christ Church here in Milton. Thank you, Tass.
Father, I thank you for the freedoms that we have, the freedom to assemble, the freedom to vote, the freedom of speech. I just ask that you help us to always guard these close and never take them for granted, and always use them for the best that we can use. Father, I thank you for every person that is in this room tonight. I thank you for our elected officials, our staff that works behind the scenes with more things than we can even imagine. I thank you for the citizens that are here tonight. Father, I also thank you for the people who have been in the armed services in the past and in the present, for our police officers, for our firefighters, for everybody that guards our safety. And Father, we are just so privileged, and I think that a lot of us take for granted what we have in this city and in this county and in this state and in this country. Help us to always be mindful of this. I ask that you be with this meeting, that you help us to guard our words, that we use respect, that we seek to understand policies and we seek to understand what is going on in our city, but that we also become aware of how we can be active as citizens and what we can do to help. I ask everything in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. And before we get started, I also would like to make a quick announcement. Some of you may have seen a few of the council members and staff members walking out of the room behind us here. And at 5:45, we had a building authority meeting, which was an open meeting. The doors were open and whatnot, just to discuss a lease issue. So again, I just make that statement to be transparent that was the only reason some members of the council and a quorum was behind closed doors, but it was an open advertised meeting, so there was no discussion of any items that are on tonight's agenda. So with that, I'd like to call the regular meeting for Milton City Council for Wednesday, January 22nd, 2014 to order. If the city clerk would please call roll and make general announcements.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be happy to call roll for the January 22nd, 2014 regular meeting. I would like to remind those in attendance to please silence all cell phones at this time. Those attending the meeting who would like to provide public comment, either during the public hearing or during the call for public comment, you are required to complete a public comment card prior to speaking on an item. There is no public comment for consent agenda items or items under first presentation. Those called to speak will be taken in the order that the speaker cards were received by the city clerk staff prior to the beginning of tonight's meeting. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization, if applicable. The City Council may allow public comment on either an agenda item or general public comment from a representative of such an organized group or association, provided that such an individual shall file a notarized affidavit that they have the authority to speak on behalf of said organization on a form provided by the city clerk prior to the agenda item being called. Demonstration of any sort within the chamber is prohibited, so please refrain from any applause, cheering, booing, outbursts, or dialogue with any person speaking. Please show the same respect to the person speaking that you will expect to receive yourself. Anyone in violation will be asked to leave. As I call roll, please confirm your attendance. Mayor Joe Lockwood.
Here.
Councilmember Karen Thurman.
Here.
Councilmember Matt Kuntz.
Here.
Councilmember Bill Lusk.
Here.
Councilmember Bert Hewitt.
Here.
Councilmember Rick Morick.
Here.
Councilmember Joe Longoria is traveling and absent for the record. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, again, I want to thank everybody for being here. Welcome to your city, and we look forward to hearing from everyone that would like to speak. And that being said, just for the record, tonight we've got a couple of issues that have already had a published hearing and had their hearing at a previous meeting, but were deferred. And those items that are coming back up, we will not have a specific public hearing for them, but we certainly welcome your public comment. So please feel if you want to speak about a particular item on tonight's agenda, even though it doesn't have a public hearing, please feel free to fill out a public comment card, and at that time we'll ask for public comment. Okay, let's move on to our agenda. I don't think we need to add an executive session, do we?
We don't, but I'd like to make a modification to the agenda.
Okay, all right, I'll look at staff first to see if there's any. Go ahead, Chris.
Mayor and Council, I'd ask that you move item number 2 from new business, just that single item number 2, until right after first presentation. Otherwise, the agenda remains unchanged.
Okay, and that's
It's the matter dealing with severe weather warning sirens.
okay. Okay, and Bill, you want to? Or Matt?
Yeah, I'd like to propose that we move item number 1 in new business as well, right after public comment as well, just right after the first presentation, excuse me.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't know if there's anybody here to get
I
sworn
was
in.
going to
but
ask.
If there is, then I would
Is there
absolutely
anyone-
recommend.
Is there anyone here for
There
the,
is not,
Oh,
not this
okay.
evening.
so, okay. Okay, anything else on the agenda?
Just that one modification.
Okay. All in favor, or do I have a motion, a second?
Make a motion to approve the agenda as modified.
I'll second it.
Okay, got a motion by Councilmember Hewitt, second by Councilmember Thurman. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. And next item is public comment. Public comment is a time for citizens to share information with the mayor and the city council and to provide input and opinions on any matter that is not scheduled for its own public hearing during today's meeting. There's no discussion on items on the consent agenda or on first presentation from the public or from council. Each citizen who chooses to make a public comment must complete a comment card and submit it to our city clerk. Please remember, this is not a time to engage the mayor or members of the city council in conversation. When your name's called, you'll be asked to speak into the microphone and state your name and address for the record. And again, as I said earlier, at this point, we'll have public comment that is just general in nature and not specific to any of tonight's items. So I'll ask our city clerk, do we have any general public comment?
We do not, sir.
Okay, we'll move to the consent agenda. Excuse me?
Sorry. Our consent agenda this evening is approval of the December 6th.
Yeah, do we have somebody that has general public comment?
Sorry, we have 15 minutes.
Well, no, yes, sir, but as I said, if it's about a specific item that's on business tonight, we'll allow that or as the item's being called. This is a time for just general comment that doesn't have anything to do with specific items.
Yes, okay, but you have an item.
You had an item number on it.
Okay, this one.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a
We do
general
have,
public
we
comment?
have one general public comment, and that would be from Miss Laura Rencher.
I'm Laura Rencher. I live at 1060 Birmingham Road, Milton, Georgia. I'm basically speaking on behalf of Preserve Rural Milton today, and basically we're wanting to make sure that you are looking and expediting the process of doing a green print at this point to assess all the land that is left undeveloped and to prioritize what we want to do with that land and to think about ways to preserve it. So that's the main thing that we're concerned about. We're hoping you're going to hire a professional to do that, hopefully by the end of February, so we can make sure we have professional input on conservation. Okay?
Thank you. Okay, that's all for general public comment. Sudi, if we'll move on to the consent agenda.
Our first item this evening is approval of the December 16th, 2013 regular City Council meeting minutes. Agenda item number 14019. Next is approval of the January 6th, 2014 regular City Council meeting minutes. Agenda item number 14020. Next, approval of a change order number 1 to the professional services agreement between the City of Milton and Universal Engineering Sciences, Inc. for the Crabapple Phase 1 Environmental Site Assessment. Agenda item number 14021. Our next consent agenda item is approval of the following subdivision plats. Tamsa Gottlieb, minor subdivision plat, parcel subdivided into 2 lots, 920 and 953. Brayburn, also known as Office Village. Final plat revision, add building 20 and redefine future building 10. Acock Properties, minor plat, create 3 lots. Baker's Farm, final plat, subdivide parcel into 5 lots. Baker's Farm, final plat revision, added lot numbers to tracts. Lake Haven subdivision, also known as Holloway subdivision, final plat revision, remove lot 32, revise lot line between lot 47 and 51, add easement lots 11 and 12. The Manor Golf Course and Country Club Phase 2, final plat, create 11 lots. The Manor Golf Course and Country Club Phase 2, final plat revision, modified lot line between lots 285 and 286. Blue Valley, Phase 1, final plat, create 29 lots. Blue Valley, Phase 1, final plat revision, add lots 80, 81, and 82, add fire easements, same lots. Agenda item number 14022. Our fifth and final consent agenda item this evening is approval of revisions to the Personnel Policy Handbook to include verbiage regarding liability insurance. This is agenda item number 14023.
Mayor, I'll move to approve the consent agenda as prepared by staff.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Luss, second from Councilmember Coons. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimous. We can move on to reports and presentations. If the city clerk will sound the first item.
This evening, we have a proclamation recognizing City of Milton 2013 Officer of the Year. This is being presented by Mayor Joe Lockwood.
Okay, tonight before I present and read this proclamation, I want to just make a statement, and I know I sound like a broken record, but this goes out to everybody that you see here in uniform, whether it's a police officer, fireman, someone that's either is serving or has served in the military. Sometimes I think we tend to take things for granted, and when you really think about it, these guys, they certainly don't do it for the money, and if that was the case, they'd be worth hundreds of times more of what people get paid. But I just ask that everybody just takes a moment and thinks that anybody in a uniform here wakes up every day knowing they may have to put their life on the line for one of us or a stranger. So as always, I just want to make sure everybody realizes that, and we appreciate everything that you guys do. And that kind of leads into where we're going now with this proclamation. And Officer Era Baronian has just done an excellent job here in Milton, reaching out to our community. I only hear great things all the time, positive comments, and we're just really proud. And so I'm proud, as well as the City Council and our staff, and as I'm sure our city is, to make this proclamation and on the selection of Officer Era Baronian as Officer of the Year. So got this proclamation. I'll read it out, and then we'll present it. Whereas Officer Era Baronian has been selected as Officer of the Year for the City of Milton Police Department for 2013, as nominated and selected by command staff. And whereas Officer Baronian has performed his duties as an officer in a faithful and loyal manner by exhibiting his dedication to preserving the rights and security of all Milton citizens. And whereas Officer Baronian has worked beyond expectations, putting in numerous days and hours above and beyond the requirements of his assignment by sacrificing personal time and after scheduled hours and on off days. And whereas Officer Baronian has demonstrated a strong work ethic through his relentless efforts in organizing the K-9 golf tournament and continued K-9 fundraising. And whereas Officer Baronian displays a professional and commendable demeanor with citizens through his implementation of the RAD classes and the impact neighborhoods. Now therefore, I, Mayor of the City of Milton, and the Milton City Council and citizens of the City of Milton formally recognize Officer Era Baronian for his outstanding performance as a member of the Milton Police Department. And whereas I further call that the City of Milton hereby recognizes the achievements of Officer Baronian and express pride in presenting to him the 2013 Officer of the Year Award. And that's given under my hand and seal of the City of Milton, Georgia, on this 22nd day of January 2013. And if Officer Baronian would step forward, and I'd like to ask your family to step forward. We are certainly very proud to have them here too. Stand up here, family, sister-in-law, cousin, whatever. Thank you. Now, I think all of us need to slap down a little bit. All right, make us proud. Thank you very much.
I don't think it would fit, at least not me.
Had Cairo here to help celebrate.
Okay. We can move on to our first presentation.
First presentation item this evening is consideration of an ordinance to amend the City of Milton radar permit to include the Cambridge High School zone. This is agenda item number 14024.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the reading of the first presentation, agenda item number 14-024.
Second.
Okay, got a motion, Councilmember Thurman, and second by Councilmember Coates. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. We have no items under public hearings, but we'll move into our zoning agenda. And the city clerk, please read
I think
the-
we're going to,
Oh, yeah,
we added the
we added-
radar. Under approval of agenda, we have moved item number 14025 to this place, which is consideration of a contract between the City of Milton and Federal Signal Corporation for the purchase and installation of outdoor emergency warning sirens. This is agenda item number 14025. Mr. Matt Marietta.
Thank you, Council, for moving this item. You'll see when Matt starts talking to you, he's probably ready to get home after his day.
The numbness is worn off. Unfortunately, there's still the pulled tooth missing from its space. So,
Excuse me for one second, Matt. Do you mind, maybe trying to embellish on that a little, how you saved someone's life today or something? Not just that you went to the dentist.
yes, we had a great big structure fire, and the house fell over on me and knocked a tooth out of my mouth, so I'm not feeling very well. This item, we've discussed this in the past. As we have looked at our emergency management infrastructure in the city, we've noticed that we're missing a critical piece. All of our contiguous neighbors have means of warning their citizens. To correct that problem, we adopted the Code Red program, which we do use on a regular basis to make emergency notifications. But we have right now about 10,000 subscribers to that, and we have a city with 33,000 residents, plus any various visitors that are coming through at any time. So in order to fix that problem, we also do not have a tornado siren system in the city. Generally, that's pointed out to me every single time one of our neighbors sets theirs off, and the citizens start calling and asking me about it, and I say, well, it's not us because we don't have one. This agenda item is to correct that problem. Starting last, I believe, September, we put out an invitation to bid to solicit bids for developing design and build of a tornado warning system, outdoor sirens within the city of Milton. We received 2 bids. The one that I'm bringing before you tonight with the Federal Signal Corporation was the best bid that met the needs of the city. And hopefully, if you all approve this agenda item, then we will be able to begin to move forward with filling that gap in our notification ability for our citizens. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Any questions for Matt?
How many different installations will there be?
Because it's a design build and there's audiographic issues, topography and other things that will impact the sound distribution, that's kind of up in the air, but there's 10 projected sites to start with, and that's what the invitation to bid was predicated on.
Okay. Anything else?
How is each unit powered?
They'll be wired. They'll have battery backup. They'll also have a radio, much like what we have in our police cars and our fire truck, that will tie it back into the system so the sirens can be set off. At this point, it's going to be part of our relationship with the city of Alpharetta, who provides our 911 service, and we'll be tied into their system as far as the activation is concerned.
Okay. Thank you very much. Matt?
Just make a comment. One of the first things we did since we came on board is look at the safety aspect, and the Code Red was fantastic. I'm excited. We got, you said 10,000?
Yes, we do have 10,000 subscribers.
A lot more than we used to have. That's
Yes.
great. So, and this is the final piece to that, and I'm just glad that we're looking into this and getting this done, and I wholeheartedly support it. So, and I guess
Yep, it's just a good thing.
no other comments. I'll make a motion.
All right, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve the consideration of a contract between the City of Milton and Federal Signal Corporation for the purchase and installation of outdoor emergency warning sirens, agenda item number 14-025.
Second the motion.
Okay, got a motion by Councilmember Kuntz and I believe a second by Councilmember Moreg. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we can move on to our zoning agenda.
At the second regularly scheduled meeting of the month, the mayor and city council consider a zoning agenda. These items include rezoning petitions, modifications of zoning, use permits, and associated concurrent variances in addition to ordinances, resolutions, and text amendments. I would like to acquaint you with some of the rules and procedures for this meeting. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present the petition. The opposition will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present its position. If time remains, the opposition will be allowed to rebut. The applicant may choose to save some of the time for rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks, provided time remains with the allotted time. The city clerk will be keeping track of time and will inform you periodically of the remaining time for your presentation. Those called to speak will be taken in the order that the speaker cards were received by the city clerk prior to the beginning of tonight's meeting. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization if applicable before beginning their presentation. The Planning Commission has heard the rezoning agenda items, and recommendations have been forwarded to the Mayor and City Council for consideration and disposition. The applicant shall not submit material to the Council during this meeting unless requested to do so. All material that you wish to be reviewed by the Council in consideration of your application should be submitted to the Community Development Department to be included in the normal distribution of packages to the Council. When an opponent of a rezoning action has made within 2 years immediately preceding the filing of the rezoning action being opposed, campaign contributions aggregating $250 or more to a local government official of the local government which will consider the application, it shall be the duty of the opponent to file a disclosure with the governing authority of the respective local government at least 5 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting. A violation of relevant state statute constitutes a misdemeanor. Therefore, if you have contributed $250 or more to a council member and you have not filed a disclosure prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the city attorney strongly suggests that you have someone else speak for your point of view. Our first zoning item this evening is consideration of U13-04, VC 13-04, 13895 Hopewell Road by Jeff Runner for a use permit to use the existing house and approximately 5 acres for a special event facility, Section 64-1812. A 3-part concurrent variance for the following. First, to delete the 8-foot high opaque fence along the south property line, Section 64-1812B2. Second, to delete the 75-foot undisturbed buffer and 10-foot improvement setback along all property lines, Section 64-11413B. Third, to delete the 3-year period requirement, Section 64-1812B6. And fourth, to allow access from a local street, Section 64-1812B1. This is agenda item number 13288. First presentation of this item was heard at December 2nd, 2013 regular council meeting. This item was deferred at the December 16th, 2013 regular council meeting. Ms. Kathy Field.
And let me step in for 1 second. Ken, excuse me if just on a matter of business clarification. Was I correct that since this has already had its public hearing at a previous meeting and is deferred, that this does not need to be a public hearing, a formal public hearing, or does this need to follow?
Yeah, the Milton Code and the zoning procedures law have been satisfied. So this does not need to be a public hearing from the standpoint of the zoning procedures law, but to the extent there's going to be public comment, that's perfectly appropriate.
Yeah, and I'll be real clear. I mean, no matter what, we'll still have the all public comment and whatnot. It's just you won't have to follow the in order of of those for and those against and the time restraints. We're certainly willing to open up public comment as much as we have people that want to speak. So, okay, Kathy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Since this is an item that was deferred from the previous meeting, I thought I would just run through my presentation very quickly, just as a means to refresh you in terms of what the issues are and the proposed conditions of zoning that you may want to consider this evening. So, picture of the slide of the site plan of the site on the aerial. I can get this to you. David, I'm having technical difficulty, I'm afraid. You need a battery? Oh. Okay. Site plan submitted in September. The applicant's revised letter of intent states that the applicant proposes to host events in the range of 100 to 200 people at most The applicant proposes the events will cease artificial noise at 10 p.m. The existing house, outbuildings, patios, drives, etc. will provide for the proposed use. Parking, including handicap, will be handled on existing pavement grassed areas. The driveway at 13895 Hopewell Road will be utilized for entrance only, and the exiting of vehicles will be at the applicant's property located at 13835 Hopewell. There are some variances that are requested along with the use permit. The first is VC 1304 Part 1 to delete the 8-foot-high opaque fence along the south property line. The subject site's driveway abuts the single-family residence to the site, and this driveway would be utilized for the ingress of the subject site, which will impact the adjacent property. However, we did receive a letter of support from the adjacent property owner on the south side, who requests that this requirement for the opaque fence be deleted. The next variance requested was VC 1304 Part 3 to delete the 3-year period requirement. It is staff's opinion that this time limitation is provided to allow each event or event facility to be evaluated by the mayor and city council on its impact on adjacent and nearby properties, and therefore staff recommends denial of this variance request. VC 13-04 Part 4 to allow access from local street. It is staff's opinion that a proposed use such as an event facility should not be accessed from a local street, and therefore we recommend approval of this variance request. Since this site is in the Northwest Fulton Overlay District, the applicant comes under the purview of this district and its requirements, and therefore the following concurrent variance is requested by the applicant. VC 13-04 Part 2 to delete the 75-foot undisturbed buffer and 10-foot improvement setback along all property lines. The applicant states in the revised letter of intent that the configuration of the venue property will allow for at least a 100-foot buffer setback for surrounding properties, except for the access drive affecting the property located at 13855 Hopewell Road. Staff recommends that an equestrian-style fence 5 foot in height be constructed along the east property line, and a planted screen not to exceed 5 foot in height interior to the fence. And therefore, staff would recommend approval conditional of VC 1304 Part 2. Conclusion, if approved with the recommended conditions, staff recommends that this use variance U1302 be approved conditional. In regard to the concurrent variances, staff recommends approval conditional of VC 1304 Parts 2 and 4 and denial of VC 1304 Parts 1 and 2. In terms of the recommended conditions that we would suggest accompany a proposed approval, should you approve this use permit, we would recommend the following: that the existing single-family house and property within the 4.697 acre site be utilized for events, that the existing barn, outbuilding, pool house, garage shall not be expanded in size, as depicted on the revised site plan presented to us on September 26, 2013. The number of guests shall not exceed 100 people for a single event. And that the owner will agree to the revised site plan that was received by our department on September 26, 2013. That the owner would agree to delete the 75-foot undisturbed buffer and 10-foot improvement setback along all property lines, to provide a 5-foot high equestrian-style fence along the east property line, and a planted screen not to exceed 5 feet in height interior to the fence. That the permitted curb access shall not be from the local street. That artificial sound emitting from the facility shall cease at 10 p.m. And also, the owner would agree that the site shall be subject to the approval of the City of Milton's Public Works Department. In terms of public involvement, there was a community zoning information meeting on September 24th, and attendees at that meeting expressed concerns about the number of people attending the events, the potential impact of noise and light, how many events will be scheduled, and the possibility of outside event structures. The City of Milton Design Review Board did a courtesy review on October the 1st, and they were concerned that the approval of this use would open the door for other uses that may inconvenience the neighbors. The Planning Commission met on November the 20th, and they had several recommendations. Number 1, to approve VC 1304 Part 1 to delete the 8-foot high opaque fence with the following conditions: to delete the 8-foot high opaque fence along the south property line provided the staff receives a letter stating support from the property owner. And as I mentioned, we did receive that letter. 2, to deny VC 1304 Part 3 with the understanding that after the 3-year period, if the applicant has been compliant with the regulations and no issues pending, they can ask for the deletion of the 3-year limit at the renewal time. 3, to delete condition 3B requesting a 5-foot-high equestrian-style fence along the east property line as recommended by staff. 4, to change the number from 100 guests to 150 guests as recommended in condition 1C. And 5, to condition that artificial noise must come from the west side of the house. And that then brings us to the council meeting of December 16th. At that meeting, the mayor and city council voted to defer the use permit U13-04 as well as VC 13-04. The mayor and city council asked the city staff to investigate a solution to monitor the special event facility without the 3-year sunset requirement. The city staff, including the city attorney, met with the applicant, Mr. Runner, to discuss solutions to monitor the use without the 3-year sunset requirement. One option that was proposed was to require Mr. Runner to obtain an alcohol license, which would be renewed yearly as required by the city code. During that renewal, if it was found that the operation of the business was not undertaken in a manner that served the best interests of the health, safety, and welfare of the city, a public hearing before the mayor and city council would be held to decide if the alcohol license should be renewed. Staff and applicant did not agree on a viable alternative solution, however. Therefore, the original pending use permit application remains before the mayor and city council for reconsideration this evening. And then very lastly, I believe that staff stated, and I certainly would recommend this, that a text amendment to the zoning ordinance can be initiated to create a use permit that is more consistent with the development of a special event facility than the current use permit that is being requested. This process, however, would take approximately 4 to 6 months to complete. And that is my presentation.
And I'll open up for questions. Kathy, what, just for the record, can you clarify or explain why in this one ordinance that there's 3-year sunset clause or renewal clause, or the reason it was,
it was
adopted from Fulton County? But
it came from Fulton County, and it's really the use permit that came through, and it really lends itself more to a Renaissance festival or circuses coming to town, but that is really what we have for a special event use permit, and it's the only one we have that has a sunset clause in it, which is the 3 years, as you know. And that's certainly why I would recommend that we would look at other model ordinances to really come up with a more appropriate type of use permit. But at this point in time, that is the use permit that we have on our books, and that is the permit under which Mr. Runner made his application.
Okay. Bill?
To that same point, Kathy, you may not have had enough time to research other use permits throughout the state. Just offhand, perhaps maybe you or the city attorney could answer the question. Are you aware of any other use permits throughout the state that have the same type of sunset clause then?
I'll let Ken answer that. I'm not aware.
Councilman Rulosk, in the jurisdictions that I work in, I'm not aware of any use permits that contain a sunset. Most of them are of indefinite length and run with the land.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Kathy? Okay, thank you. And I'm going to open it up for public comment, but again, if there's any questions, certainly Kathy or any other staff could come back up. So if you just will open up for public comment on this item, and if you'll just take them in order that for the subject as you have them in your cards.
Okay, I do have 2 public comments I'll read in the record at the end.
Okay.
Our first comment comes from Mr. Jeff Runner.
Is this the presentation?
Yeah.
No.
There's just public comment.
It's just public comment.
Okay.
As we said, you guys have made the presentation
Okay.
prior. So.
Scott Reese with Brumlow Reese and Associates, representing Mr. Runner in the application.
Mr. Mayor, I've got to interrupt here because if we're just doing public comment, the first public comment card we called was Mr. Runner.
Jeff
This is
Runner.
not Mr. Runner at the podium. So the first public comment is Mr. Runner tonight.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. I don't have a public comment per se. I have some things I want to talk about as far as the buffers and the variances and things, but as far as the public comment, there's really not anything I want to say. I'm all for this.
Support. Mr. City Attorney, is it appropriate for Mr. Runner to mention that in public comment now, or if someone wants to ask him a question, or how would you suggest?
Well, obviously, if the council has questions following the closing of public comments, he can come up and answer those questions at this time. I mean, this is a time for your typical standard public comments, unlike a zoning presentation. So if Mr. Runner is done, he can have a seat, and then when you all have questions during that portion of the meeting, you can call him up.
Okay, Mr. Runner, you're okay with that? Obviously, you're in support, and then if there are any questions afterwards, then the council can ask you to come up. Okay, Judy?
Okay, then our next comment comes from Mr. Scott Reese.
To restate the obvious, I guess we will answer any and rebuttal.
Excuse me,
For the record, just Scott Reese.
Scott Reese with Brumlow Reese and Associates, 13685 Highway 9, Milton, Georgia, 30004. Thank you.
Our next comment comes from Mark Godwin.
Good evening. Mark Godwin, 2695 Bethany Creek Court, Milton, Georgia. Just wanted to, first of all, as an individual homeowner in that neighborhood, which is adjacent to this property, lend my support to the recommendations. But I also wanted to urge the council. I am the HOA president there, but I want to make it very clear that I do not speak for the neighborhood, and neither do any of the other individuals who have presented before you in the past, regardless of their level of passion. Please take that into account and weigh each individual's comments equally. This is a neighborhood divided, certainly, in their support and opposition to this. And regardless of the level of passion, please keep that in mind as you make your decision this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And our next comment comes from Mr. Tom Leonard.
My name is Tom Leonard. I live at 13840 Bethany Oaks Point in Bethany Oaks subdivision. I live with my wife, Teresa, and my family. And I'll keep this brief. My wife and I would like to express our wholehearted support for this permit and wedding venue at Yellow House Farm. We think that the surrounding horse farm provides more than adequate buffering to the Bethany Oaks subdivision. Our home is directly behind the largest structure of Jeff Runner's property. We are the single most exposed home adjacent to his farm. We have no buffer and a direct line of sight into the stables. We have been in our house for 8 years and can only recall one event taking place at the riding stables. During that same period, we have had 2 wedding receptions, several high school graduations, and countless altar meets at our tennis courts and clubhouse. Naturally, there was no neighborhood opposition to these events. Other than the one event, the farm is run very orderly and is, for the most part, a great neighbor. I don't recall hearing any blaring radios or loud music from the staff. In fact, we can hear North Park, Cambridge, and Kingsridge High School football games clearly and much more louder than any noise coming from the farm area. Several neighbors, including myself, raised some questions about the operation once we heard of it. I think for our part, Mr. Runner has answered most of those questions and made some concessions to our benefit. Mr. Runner even made himself available to the homeowners at our clubhouse. Disappointingly, the most ardent opposers to this matter did not attend or make any attempt to reach out to him. This tells me that some of the opposition to this venue is carried over from earlier times and may be of a personal nature. I ask my neighbors who are so adamantly opposed to look at it from a less emotional perspective and keep in mind my property values when forming opinions. Bethany Oaks has a long history of homeowner disagreements. We have had to take legal action against a homeowner who, for blatant disregard of our signed covenants, that same homeowner is now in front of you in opposition, stating his devaluation of his home as a result of the proposed wedding venue. Teresa and I both feel that the neighborhood discourse and disregard for adjacent homeowners has a greater downward pressure on the homeowner values than what happens on the Runner property. In recent weeks, there have been several articles in the paper written by the mayor and others discussing the concerns of development and growth in Milton. As I read these articles, I concluded that a reasonable conversation about the option we are being given to convert a beautiful home to a wedding venue seems more in line with the controlled growth and the preservation and beauty of Milton. A wedding venue seems to fit perfectly in the bedroom and horse community image of Milton, and this is why we moved here. There is no single voice that speaks on behalf of Bethany Oaks subdivision. We are individual property owners with our own perspective on this matter. My wife and I support this project and ask those who oppose it put aside personal arguments and past grudges to look objectively at the alternatives and decide for themselves the value of the opportunity we are being presented with. We ask Milton City Council to be mindful of all the homeowners' assets in Bethany Oaks and approve this venue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next comment comes from Ms. Sandy Chapin.
My name is Sandy Chapin. I live at 13900 Bethany Oaks Point in Milton. I live directly behind the farm, and I want to say first that I was very impressed with the last meeting. I felt that the City Council tried to come up with a compromise that would make all parties happy, and I also believe that a compromise is in order. My family enjoys the view of the pastures behind our house, seeing the horses, and we would like to see it remain that way. I also feel like it's in the best interests of Milton to be more rural and not have some other building or residential area put back there. I feel that Jeff and his family have been very responsible in this process. He's looked into other types of screening to block the car lights. He has had 2 previous weddings, and we had our windows open. We did not hear any loud music, so I'm happy with any noise stopping by 10 p.m., and I don't believe there'll be a problem. I do have a feeling that if any issues come up, we can work together. So as long as there's a feedback loop, I feel that I could call him up on the phone and talk to him about it, and it would be resolved. I feel very comfortable with this. There are 5 families behind the property that all are in favor and support this special use permit. So I would like to support him also in doing this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Susie?
Our next comment comes from Tony Shepard.
Hello, my name's Tony Shepard. I live at 710 Nettlebrook Lane in Milton. I have a house approximately 1 mile from the property. I also have other property that I own in the general proximity of Yellow House. I also own horses that are stabled at Yellow House and have a daughter that rides there. If I thought for a moment that this would have any impact on the value of my property or the safety of my daughter, I certainly would oppose it, but given what I've seen and heard and the way that the farm is run, the events that have taken place there in the past, I would see no issue with approving this as Mr. Runner has submitted it. I also think it would be good for the city to have an event venue such as this. I know Roswell has them, and it's a nice place to be able to go and have a special event, especially in a rural area such as it is. We talk in Milton about maintaining a rural character. Well, what better place to have an event venue than in a rural area? I would also ask that you approve this unanimously and not use this in any shape, form, or fashion as a bargaining chip to with any future projects with regard to turnarounds or roundabouts or anything that would be directly impacted by Mr. Runner. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next comment comes from Miss Lori DiPucci. Would you like me to read it? Okay. I'll read this into the record. From Lori DiPucci at 1640 AJ Land Road, Canton, Georgia 30115. I have followed this property on Hopewell Road and the zoning issues that one or two neighbors have brought to the City Council. As a resident of the area, I support having an upscale event facility and equestrian facility in our area. For the unhappy neighbors, I can recommend selling, as I have many buyers who would eagerly purchase a home adjacent to this lovely property. Average Milton home price is up 14% over 2012, $510,000 average sales price, with less than 2 months' supply of available homes in this price range. And our next comment comes from Brent Reeves.
Brent Reeves, 15030 Freemanville Road, Milton, Georgia. Sounds like Mr. Runner already has plenty of supporters. I think everybody here has already looked at the property, evaluated over and over and over again, looked at it, and you can tell that this is a perfect spot for this type of facility. So I really actually want to talk about just 3 key points. First of all, as precedent was brought up earlier, I own 12 acres in the city of Milton. I have a house that sits well off the road. It's a older, kind of larger establishment. In my view, I would be the perfect person to stand up here and say, well, this is going to set a precedent for my place to have an events facility, and I wholeheartely would tell you that that would not be the case. Every particular property in the city is unique, and you have to look at everything on its face and it's on its value. So you have to evaluate everything, and you already have, as far as access points, what the property looks like, how it's going to affect everybody else. My property would not be suitable for this just because it's a large property. So the argument of precedent, I think, doesn't really hold much water. Second thing is I want to talk about 2 particular conditions. First of all, the 3-year renewal. I think you've already kind of weeded through that and realized that that's kind of a, I don't know, it seems like a very unrelated type of, precedent or unrelated type of thing that's being placed on this property that's not needed. Anybody who does business in the city already has to follow certain sets of rules, and there's nothing stopping you today from going in and shutting anybody down who's not compliant with those rules. So to put a 3-year precedent to come back in here and say, well, I've got to ask you for your permission again, or prove to you that I haven't broken any rules seems a little bit redundant and also seems a little penal. And then the last thing is the number of guests. I saw where it looked a little bit like a bargaining chip, like, well, you wanted 100 guests, he wanted 200 guests, so we landed on 150. Really, the number of guests should be irrelevant, at least to your perspective. The number of guests should be dictated by the fire department and those who are in charge of the safety of the community. So that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next comment I'll read into the record. It's from Mr. Jeff Wright, 13880 Bethany Oaks Point, Milton, Georgia, 30004. Dear City Council, I am in support of the proposed wedding venue by Jeff Runner. I live directly behind his property, and I have no problem with this whatsoever. Mr. Runner has made every attempt to show our neighborhood what his plans are for the property to squash all the rumors going around, and not one of my neighbors that oppose his plan bothered to show up at the meeting in our neighborhood. Nor have any of the neighbors that oppose his plan have bothered to contact Mr. Runner to either get his side of the story or tour the property in question. Therefore, in my opinion, they have been coerced into opposing something that they have not taken the time to hear both sides of the story. Sincerely, Jeff Wright. And I'll read the next comment into the record as well. From Mr. James Schmidt, 13890 Bethany Oaks Point, Milton, Georgia, 30004. We moved to Milton and have enjoyed living amongst the great neighbors of Bethany Oaks and Fortitude Farms. To our knowledge, Jeff Runner has been a great neighbor, and we urge both the City Council and Mr. Runner to come to agreeable terms in an effort to preserve Milton's rural heritage and comprehensive plan. James Schmidt. And our next comment comes from Richard Calhoun.
Mayor Lockwood, members of the council, I'm Richard Calhoun, 49 Atlanta Street, Marietta, Georgia, 30060. I represent Ted and Janice Cox in this matter. First, I'd like to thank the city staff, Ken Gerard and Chris Lagerbloom, for their discussions with us to try to attempt to reach a compromise in this matter. It wasn't going to happen. As we understood, Mr. Runner has refused to consider anything less than elimination of the 3-year limitation on the use permit. And I think, in a sense, it's probably appropriate that this public comment comes as in the sense of a general comment, not so much about this case, because this case is really a commentary on the integrity of the city's zoning processes. Now, the city got handed a bad hand by Fulton County. I don't think there's any question about that. We sent a letter to you today, and it points out that in Mr. Runner's application to Fulton County for a lot of variances on his property, he admits the property is subject to the overlay. That wasn't what he proposed, and that wasn't how he got his zoning in the first place from Fulton County. And that's something that the city of Milton inherited, but they don't have to make it any worse. And that's what is happening here tonight, is there's an attempt to shoehorn a commercial enterprise. There's already one very large commercial enterprise that's operating on the property now in an agricultural district next to a residential district. The structures that are there now, the covered arena and some of the other structures, those would not have been allowed under the overlay ordinance. They're illegal today. You cannot commence a construction of an illegal structure and then somehow have it grandfathered just because you managed to get it approved by the authorities that allowed it to be done. That doesn't work. A grandfathering cannot begin illegally and then somehow become legal. And that's the problem that the city has right now, because even under that fiction that Mr. Runner presented to Fulton County, that the residential structure, the yellow house, was a principal use, that is not effective to grant him the ability to throw aside the overlay and build buildings that are not in compliance with it. And as a result, there's a 47,000 square foot building in the Cox's backyard and other buildings, of course, that are accessory to that. The second issue I think that the city needs to be particularly aware of is that in the city's code, it doesn't define what a festival or an event is. It refers you to Webster's Dictionary, and a festival or an event in Webster's Dictionary can be virtually anything that Mr. Runner can imagine that it could be. It's undefined, and I think it represents a complete opportunity for abuse here, because that has been the history of this property. Nobody builds a 47,000 square foot arena and a 38 stall barn for their personal family use. This property was intended to be run as a business, and that's Mr. Runner's agenda. It always has been, and it hasn't stopped now, other than the fact that he's left it. It has no personal meaning to him. It's purely a business. In Mr. Runner's negotiations with the city, as I understand it, it was proposed to him that he would take out an alcohol permit, and that permit would be looked at annually as a renewal matter, and that if there were any problems with the operation of the property, then he's subject to having his alcohol permit denied and the continuation of the use permit terminated. He refused to do that. What he's asking you to do is to rezone the property by means of a use permit. That's basically it. It's a backdoor zoning. It sets a horrible precedent for the city in terms of not only accepting what Fulton County has handed you, which wasn't your fault, but now Mr. Runner is asking you to take an affirmative action to compound the problem and allow not just one business, but another business with 100 to 200 guests or however many Mr. Runner can cram into his property right in the backyards of a residential area. And despite what the neighbors say, that may not bother them, but it does infect the process of this city in terms of its zoning and whether it's faithful to its ordinances. So our position is that the permit should be denied. If Mr. Runner wants to come back for rezoning, that's fine. That's his right to do so. but this is trying to jam a square peg into a round hole. It's obvious, and it shouldn't be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final comment on this item comes from Theodore Cox.
Thanks very much. Ted Cox, 13860 Bethany Oaks Point. I guess there was snow in New York, so I couldn't take my flight last night, so I get to come here instead. I don't know if that's good or bad. This is an unprecedented attempt to change property, an AG1 property, into a business. Staff has acknowledged that to us. Your own packet that you received tonight about this matter states that it would take 4 to 6 months to craft the proper rules and regulations that would address a use permit. We heard last month, Joe Longoria made the point about the square peg and round hole. Here we are tonight, and we're still trying to figure out how this particular use facility fits into your ordinance. I would strongly suggest that you take the 4 to 6 months, defer this matter, and allow a use permit to be properly crafted. I don't understand why there's any rush tonight to do this. The second thing is that regarding the sunset provision, the reason that Fulton County has a sunset provision is because there's a history of people violating the rules and regulations that they're supposed to operate under. As you read in the letter that was provided by Milton City Attorney Mark Scott, Mr. Runner has a history of operating unlawfully. This is an exact quote of your attorney. Mr. Runner has a history of operating unlawfully, and we can document those, and unfortunately we might have to. The last thing I want to make is the point about Mr. Runner made an offer in December to install buffers along the Bethany Oaks subdivision line. We accept his offer, and I hope City Council will enforce that. We accept his offer. He offered to put a buffer in. He actually made that offer in 2006 also. It's been 8 years, and it still hasn't been done. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
That's all. That's all, sir.
Public comment? Okay. We'll, as I said before, we'll, excuse me, open back up if council has any comments or questions for staff or the applicant, or just open it up. Karen?
I did have a question of Mr. Runner concerning what buffers you had agreed to put in.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question,
I
Karen.
had a question concerning what buffers you had agreed to put in.
In the
to
December
satisfy,
meeting?
yes, to satisfy the neighborhood, surrounding neighbors.
We had, at that time, we were talking about we would buffer between our property line and their property line for those who wanted it. Since then, we've gone back and talked to everyone other than Mr. Cox and found that most of them would rather have us, and we've agreed to do some sort of a temporary thing that we'd put up in front of the cars. If there's any headlights shining their way, we'd put it up for each event, rather than have a fence or some sort of screening blocking us from our property or blocking them from seeing our property. We would put up some sort of like a retractable screen that we'd pull across the front of the cars.
So that would be something similar, I think, the condition that was in like 3B, where you'd put a fence and nothing higher than 5 feet. You're talking about something.
Yeah, something that would actually, because the 5-foot fence, our property where the parking is, slopes down dramatically from there. And so the 5-foot fence, in a lot of cases, would be below the headlights of say, a pickup truck or an SUV.
But it's something similar in lieu to that. In lieu
right.
of that.
So in lieu of doing that, we'll put across a screen of some sort of protector. And then for us, that's great because we can take it down during the day when there's nothing there.
Karen?
I have one question of staff. You recommended denial of the part of the variance concerning the 8-foot opaque fence, even though the adjacent property owners do not want it. Was that recommendation of denial prior to getting the letter?
Yes. Yes.
So
it
if
was.
you had had the letter prior to it, you really are not recommending denial of the variance as much as it currently is as what it was when it was originally filed before receiving the letter.
Yeah, we want to protect the rights of that property owner, and clearly she borders on the driveway and the ingress driveway in, and we felt to protect her rights that we would require that opaque fence. And then she subsequently did send us a letter, which the Planning Commission noted, and they recommended that we not deny that variance.
So you don't have a problem with the approval of that variance based on the letter?
Correct. Yes.
Bill?
Kathy? One thing that had been discussed, I think, at the last session was that Mr. Runner was going to provide police help during these events to help inflow and outflow of traffic. Is that, what's your recommendation on that?
Well, I think it would be, again, because it would be, it wouldn't be, when we give a special event permit, for instance, it's a one-time permit, and we look at the amount of people attending and where the parking is, and we can decide whether or not police are applicable. But he will be running a special event facility, so I think it would be up to him to determine when policemen would be available or not, because we would not be monitoring it every week. So I think that's something that we can certainly sit down with him and give him recommendations in terms of at a certain, if there are large events that under certain conditions, but it would be clearly something that he would be responsible for.
Okay. Anybody else? No?
I guess for Mr. Runner, do you have any problems with some of the other variances requests with regards to the music being on the west side of the house? Just from a noise perspective, I guess the primary concern that we have as far as neighbors, what I've heard is headlights coming in as far as people leaving. They don't want to have lights shine in their area. There was also the question of noise, and just trying to make sure that the music is, I think one of the variances was on the west side of the house. Your thoughts on that? I think you had the patio out on the west side. Is that primarily where the bands are going to be, or the music would be, or the DJ and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Or inside the house, on the western side of the house?
Most of the music, as we envision it, will be on the inside.
Right.
But that isn't will be on the west side.
Okay.
But I don't know of any variance on the west side.
I thought I saw something in here, but I'll look at it.
His recommendation.
Recommendation.
Have the music on that side.
Oh, recommendation in there, so that's something we're looking at.
Rick, did you have?
Yeah, just a question, Mr. Renner. When staff had proposed the alcohol license form of that, can you explain why you did not want to go through the annual renewal?
Well, there's a couple reasons. One, we were trying to find a solution to a 3-year renewal, and we came up with something that required an annual renewal. So that was a problem to me, because that means now I'm coming back every year. But the real problem with the liquor license was we don't want to have a liquor license. I don't want to have the liability as a venue owner of having a liquor license. I would rather have that be with my caterer or the catering company that we use, and it puts me one step removed from any liability that occurs. Not that we aren't going to monitor it or anything, but that liability just lies with them.
I will tell you, having planned a wedding 3 years ago, that if he has a liquor license, he's got to be the one that has the liability. He's got to handle the buying. He's got to do a lot of the work with that may not necessarily go with the event facility itself. So,
No?
Mr. Runner, one of the points that have been brought up by your opposition and even those in support is the noise issue. And speaking to Matt's point here, I'm sure you don't want the code compliance coming out there at every event and monitoring noise transmission from your property over to the adjoining properties. What kind of provisions are you going to take to ensure that you're in compliance with a noise ordinance and you're not violating it by emitting noise greater than the 65 decibel limit?
We've purchased in anticipation of not having a battle here, and this going through several months ago, we purchased sound equipment that monitors that we will Carrie walking throughout the property. We're going to have parking attendants, and this is primarily going to be a concern at the bigger events. But we'll have parking attendants, and they'll have the noise meters with them, and just monitor it on. And over time, we'll get very familiar with what's acceptable and what isn't. But until we do, we'll make sure that we're monitoring it on a regular basis.
Sure. I'd like to just make a comment, and I certainly, the pros and cons, and I see, there's two sides to this, and I certainly understand both positions. And there are a couple other issues with the applicant versus the ordinance, which, again, I think we all agree this ordinance, was sometimes we either inherit ordinances, or sometimes a certain situation will make you craft an ordinance, but then at some other point you realize it doesn't really help you, it needs to be adjusted. But that being said, I would just ask whether you're in support or approval of this facility. Look at it for the use and the city and all involved, and not look at both the history of any issues that might be bad blood, but also realizing that I understand the situation with the applicant versus the 3-year renewal. And I would just ask the question, is there any other business that we would, have imposed that restriction on, and, look at it that way? Because I certainly, if it were my business or you put money into it, I don't think anybody else is subjected to that. So I would just, keep that in mind. But again, whether you support it or not. So.
I have a question as well.
Okay, Matt.
Sorry. The horses that are there, from that perspective that you have in the stalls, how do they respond to a lot of noise?
Not well.
Exactly. So
when we first opened the barn, the subdivision over at their clubhouse had a 4th of July party, and on the 4th of July they shot off fireworks, and we didn't think anything of it at first. Then we go in the barn, and every horse in there is freaking out. And granted, that's a loud pop over their head, or it was several hundred feet away, but they do not respond. If we were to have a loud rock band or a drum banging, the horses would just freak out.
Okay. Any other questions for staff or Mr. Hunter?
I have another one unless you want to go.
Yeah, I've got a question for our attorney. Mr. Runner is applying for this special use permit. If he were to sell the property, does this go along with it, or would we have to have the new owner come in and apply?
It's my position the use permit would run with the land and would be conveyed automatically as a matter of right to the subsequent owner.
Can a use permit be made contingent upon him owning the property?
The only problem I would have with that is that would anticipate that if he sold the property, the use permit would automatically go away. And because a use permit, I believe, under the zoning procedures law is in fact a zoning action, I think there would actually need to be a compliance with the zoning procedures law before we took the use permit away. So I am not an attorney that subscribes to the notion that zoning can be necessarily taken away without some sort of public hearing.
I assume, obviously, if there was a use permit, any conditions that went along with that would transfer with the property, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can go ahead. You first.
And I'm not going to be the father of a bride anytime soon, but I imagine that there's going to be that 3-year deal might deter customers from necessarily locking in something if there's an issue of them having to renew on a regular basis. My question, though, is from a business perspective, if things did get out of hand, how would the city respond? What issues? Obviously, the noise ordinance is one, but what other actions would the city take if there was no 3-year delay? How would we be able to control a situation like that, or could we?
Yeah.
It would be in the ordinary course of code compliance.
Can we do an example of something? I mean, we talked about, I'm sorry.
We would
a drunk party or something like that. What would happen?
We would have those that would enforce, or those with the power to enforce, being the code enforcement department or the sworn law enforcement officer, enforce whatever the violation was by issuing a citation and for an appearance in Milton's municipal court, and we would fall into the court's jurisdiction and to adjudicate whatever that citation was.
Just for the record, Okay.
Okay, Bert?
It sounds like Mr. Cox is interested in a buffer. How can we ensure that that buffer gets placed throughout this?
Let me ask a follow-up question then too, because I anticipated with some of the council comments where we may be going here in a little while, and I was asking him to start to put some thought around his retractable screen idea, because that's the first I had heard of that. Is that the type of buffer that you're interested in? Are you interested in crafting? Are you interested in asking the question what it looks like to make sure a planted buffer goes in?
It sounded like Mr. Cox was interested in a planted buffer along his property line, and he may or may not be the only one, but how can we ensure that if that's the case, that happens?
You'd add it as a condition.
Okay. Is the and I don't know if this is for Kathy or Scott or Mr. Runner, the property that has the arena on it now is a separate parcel.
That is correct.
Okay.
Any special use permit has to be
defined,
and there is a legal description involved with the particular parcel. And as we went over before, we tried to create a parcel that created the most buffer. It's 330 feet plus or minus to any of those adjoiners to the east. So we crafted that.
But even as it sits now without that buffer, it's a different parcel.
It's a different parcel.
Maybe you could be the owner of one and the other.
Tax parcels being, Fulton County and the city of Milton with subdivision regulations, a property cannot be combined or subdivided without going through the subdivision process, whether it's major or minor. When he bought these properties in different times, different owners, so without going through a combination, minor subdivision plat, they are existing.
It's 5 or 6 different lots or whatever.
Tax parcels, just it's the standard.
So anything that's attached to and Ken, you may listen to this. Anything that's currently attached to the place where the arena is now, that's its own little deal over here.
That is correct.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
To the extent that we just looked at the map, to the extent that we led you to believe you could write a condition that would cause plantings to occur on the property between Mr. Cox's house and the property line with the arena, I don't believe you can do that because that part of the parcel is not one that's subject to this use permit tonight. So I guess Mr. Runner could consent to it, but I don't know that we could advise you to add it as a condition if you chose to approve the use permit.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I guess on that same point, just to make sure from a legality perspective, if people were to be leaving this premise and going down on that property that's not included in this parcel on the southernmost exit point past the barn, how does that correlate to these parcels not being together?
So the attorney answered that. I believe that. Go ahead.
Well, are you suggesting then that if they're using a piece of property not subject to the use permit as part of their driveway to leave, that somehow that's, I think that'd be something I would have to discuss with community development staff and see if they can get comfortable with that.
Is it possible to make this contingent upon an agreement with the homeowners and then and include in the agreement what the screening and all would be, rather than actually listing out what the screening is on a piece of property that may not be part of the property that's for the use permit, but the agreement itself couldn't it be contingent upon the signed agreement?
The actual use permit should, my respectful recommendation is it should not be contingent upon a private agreement that's reached. You just ought to condition it the way you feel it is appropriate to condition it. It should be mandatory, and it should be, in front of this full council. So, no, it's a good idea. I just don't think so.
But I just didn't know if we can condition it as far as plantings on property that aren't part of the use permit, whereas the agreement could include that kind of buffer and screening.
Even if you were to suggest a condition that said that the applicant shall use good faith efforts to negotiate an agreement for screening off premise, It's difficult to know how to enforce that. When would that condition receive compliance? And if they don't work it out, what would our remedy be? That would be my concern. That might be the sort of thing where I don't want to go down this path at all as far as a deferral, but that might be the kind of thing where you might send the applicant off and say, go work this out, bring it to us when it's done, and then we'll take action. That might be a little cleaner, but just to do it tonight, if you're otherwise going to take final action, that's very challenging tonight.
We couldn't hold it for 30 minutes till we get the rest of Virginia and they work out bullet points of what the agreements are.
That's perfectly acceptable.
Go ahead, Rick.
I guess I had a question too, Chris, kind of what you alluded to is the screen. It sounds, I understand the concept, but it sounds kind of vague as far as what are we going to do to actually, if this was approved, to stop the headlights from going across for the individual events, which I guess is kind of what Karen was talking about too, not just as cars were leaving, but on the event area itself. Mr. Runner, you talking about collapsible, or they would be, I mean, can you tell us a little bit more?
What we've agreed to do is have a couple of these, see where the problem issues really are, and then address them as they occur. And one of the thoughts that we talked about was putting up some sort of a screening or collapsible fence, but we don't want to solve a problem that isn't a problem until we know what the problem is. And in talking with the particular neighbor and her husband that was the issue is really with, we said, well, let's just try it and try a couple of these, see where it goes, and then we'll go from there.
Okay,
and
so
we're willing to do what we need to block it.
Okay.
But we also have, you have to keep in mind, there's only a small section of that eastern border that isn't already buffered. We have a large section that has 75, 100, 125 feet of trees. That's more buffer than what is required in the buffering. The part between our house and our arena and Mr. Cox's house, there's a large stand of trees in between there that's already buffering us from that. We can't even see our arena from our front porch. So we're trying to minimize the impact on the property while at the same time still addressing the neighbors' concerns. But I can't, as part of a use permit to do a wedding venue at my house, build a buffer to buffer my arena from a neighbor. They're two completely separate issues.
Yeah, I guess my question was more, and I did visit out there and looked at, it's that section kind of directly in front of the house and then extending over towards the garage. That's the open area where I think from a parking standpoint, lights could be going across the open field that you've got there, the pasture.
Right, and those neighbors. I marked on the chart tonight who came up, and the greens are the ones that are in support. And keep in mind our house is right there. The house sits right here. So the ones that are directly across from that area are all in support, and they're the ones that we've talked to about. Let's do a buffer if we see that we need one. And they don't want a buffer down here. They want to go see the pastures. And I can build a buffer up here, but I don't know yet what it's going to require to keep lights, until we see what kind of problems we have. So we just kind of agree, let's have a couple of these, just see where it goes, and then address the issue as it comes up.
Yeah, because I think the buffer it's not so much a concern over on the other side of the pasture. It's more really by the parking.
Yeah, you can see here on the other side.
And by buffer, I mean some type of screening to stop the
This area here
headlights.
is totally covered in trees. This area here is, and this is just the big trees. The parking area down here by the barn, this is all covered in trees.
Right.
So there's already a lot. It's just this little area right here that's right directly in front of the house. Right here, that's the real issue.
Is that where you're talking about doing some type of a screening process?
Something that we can put in front of the headlights because it drops off fairly quickly there, so we can't, I can't plan anything. The 5-foot fence wouldn't do it.
All right, certainly can keep discussing this. I'm hearing a direction that I believe council's wanting, but also, certainly wants to make sure that the conditions are, as favorable as possible for all involved. Does anybody want to take a stab at that, or continue discussion, or?
I guess I have just a question for Mr. Runner. Is, knowing what you heard that we couldn't enforce it, would you be willing to just say that you'll try to do some kind of buffer for Mr. Cox?
We've offered numerous times, even through attorneys, to do buffers for him, and his demands and expectations are so unrealistic that we could never come to terms. We even offered to buy his house, and he wanted twice what it was worth. So I don't know, between our property and his property, there's a large valley. I feel sorry for him, but when we built our arena, he had about his backyard you couldn't see his house. He tore it out to complain about what he's seeing with our arena. So I don't know what I can physically do to address his concerns.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve consideration U13-04, BC 13-04, 13895 Hopewell Road by Jeff Runner for a use permit to use the existing house on approximately 5 acres for a special event facility, and a 3-part concurrent variance for the following: to delete the 8-foot high opaque fence along the south property line, to delete the 75-foot undisturbed buffer and 10-foot improvement setback along all property lines, to delete the 3-year period requirement to allow access from a local street, accepting staff's recommended conditions except for the, to approve variance number 1, which is the 8-foot high opaque fence, conditioned upon Planning Commission's recommendation of 150 guests, and conditioned upon the good faith discussion concerning the buffers with the adjoining property owners.
Second.
Chase, let me clarify, and then Bill, got a question or something? Is staff clear on that motion that's before us?
Did I miss
I am.
anything?
For the purposes of just clarity, I'd be happy to repeat what I think I heard and see if you agree with it, but I do believe I'm clear.
Yeah, could you also include all the, I guess, conditions, so we understand, because there was a condition of size of venue as far as number of people, et cetera?
The motion was to approve as published with staff's recommended conditions, modifying 3 of them. One was to delete the opaque fence requirement. The second was to modify the number of guests from 100 to 150 maximum. And the third was to rely upon a good faith effort to work with the neighbors on buffers with the adjoining property owners.
I'm going to add a 4th, and that's for the sound to be on the artificial sound to be on the west property.
Okay, just for clarification, we had a motion and a second. Do we
need to withdraw the second?
Withdraw it?
I'll withdraw the
Matt,
second.
You're okay with the second, then Karen, you're revising your motion.
And then the 4th condition is artificial sound on the west side of the property only.
Am I missing anything?
No, I think you got it. Second.
Councilmember, are you good with that? You'll second that?
Yes.
Second.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, so.
And I want to make a comment with this. I really do feel like here we are trying to put a square peg in a round hole. That doesn't mean the square peg is not what fits in with the city. It may be just that the round hole is not what is appropriate. I have sent staff some information on several different rural event center ordinances I was able to find, because I really believe we need a different ordinance category that this would fit in. I know that rural events are really kind of the trendy thing to have right now. That's where a lot of weddings are held. We need to find a way that we can accommodate some of these and help make some of the barns and other structures we have be viable, while at the same time making sure that they do not interfere with the rights of the other property owners adjacent to them.
Okay, so we've got a motion, second. Bill, you have a comment?
Also, I'd like to add to these comments and refer to the comments made by Ms. Rencher. I think there's a huge outcry from the community right now, and the message is let's preserve as much of our green space as we possibly can. Many of the applications that have come before us in the past for subdivisions have the opponents to it have voiced their opinions that they're losing their buffer or their rural view. I think this is an attempt here, one of the first attempts, I think, actively to preserve green space in our community, and to have an applicant like that agree to preserve it like that, I think it's a great step in the right direction.
Okay. Do I have any other comments?
I just had a question. Do we want to put anything in there about the screening? Because we're eliminating the, I guess, plantings along the parking area.
Well,
At this point-
let's set a good faith agreement with the,
At this point, we've got a motion and a second. If you want to amend the motion.
Could you restate what your good faith good faith offer
I think we
included?
put in there that he would work with the neighbors, and obviously that's something that's difficult legally to hold them to it, but I think the neighbors have said that they feel comfortable with him working with them on that. So I just gotta hope, continue to be a good neighbor, and that they will work together once they determine what kind of buffering is appropriate to put it in, so.
Bert?
In that motion, though, it sounded like you accepted the staff's recommended conditions, and one of those conditions was 3B, to provide a 5-foot-high equestrian-style fence, blah, 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 which I don't think that we're wanting to put in, because it might not do anything.
Clarify that.
I mean, to me, the 5-foot equestrian fence is more for looks than it is, I mean, it's not really a sound type
So,
thing.
I mean,
To be aesthetic.
I mean, it's an aesthetic type thing.
okay.
It doesn't block much sound.
It says 5-foot plantings.
Yeah, that's what,
That's something you'll clarify, or you good on that?
What page
Are
is
we
that?
requiring to put that in with this motion, or not,
Are we
is my
removing
question.
it? Right.
And maybe Chris is better to answer that.
The motion that is on the floor with a second at this point includes that condition 3B. I'd have to defer to the city planner as to whether or not it could be removed and us meet the substantial compliance. Was the intent of that to be aesthetic? Is that the purpose of this condition?
The intent was to screen, because our vegetative screening in front of
Right.
the fence, the intent was to
Just-
screen the lights of the cars.
Okay, so, I guess I'll leave that up to the council. It doesn't sound as though there's any harm in leaving it or taking it out. So at this point, the motion that's on the floor has it included.
To clarify, the motion that's on the floor has that
It has
5-foot
the
fence with plantings.
And a
Yeah, because that was part of the staff condition. I mean, if it's the pleasure of the council to remove that part of it, I'm fine with it.
I was led to believe that your thoughts are, if we require that, it's really gonna do nothing other than you planning it, because of the way the grade goes down. That this potential screening that you would do, whether it be permanent or temporary for the lights, would be in lieu of that. That's what I
That's
think you
correct.
think you're getting into, but I'm
That's
not
correct.
sure that's what
Yes.
we're offering.
That's correct.
Do you want to remove your second? And I will amend, or I will delete 3B.
For the second time, I'll remove my second.
Same motion as prior, but delete staff's recommended condition 3B.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion on the table from Councilmember Thurman and a second from Councilmember Kuntz, as captured on the record, our city staff. Any discussion?
I'll have one comment as well. Having grown up with horses and seen properties like this and lived on properties like this as well, and seeing what Milton is capable of being, we've got a lot of talented people here of all different walks of life, whether it be large landowners or people that have that live in subdivisions. And as far as one community goes, we have a lot that we can do together as a community, but we all have talents involved in this. This particular piece of property, in my mind, has something that helps define a part of what we are. And seeing what the horses are, seeing the challenges that large landowners have from a financial perspective to maintain what they have, this is an example of being creative to be able to find a way to make it work. And we can be as right as we want with regards to our laws. If we're not careful, we can screw it up too. And I think that we have a chance to lose something special if we don't take opportunity to find ways to make these large landowners work. And I'm all for it, and I fully support this.
Yes, sir. No? No, actually,
You've got a motion on the table.
we got a motion and a second. Ken, you agree with that, right?
I concur.
Okay, all right, thank you, Chris. Okay, there's no more comments. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimous. Okay, our city clerk, please call the next item.
Our next item this evening is consideration of RZ 1317-13980, Freemanville Road by Fuquay and Associates to rezone from AG1 Agricultural to CUP Community Unit Plan to develop 9 single-family residences on 16.98 acres. This is agenda item number 14005. First presentation at the January 6th, 2014 regular City Council meeting. Ms. Kathy Field.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council.
Excuse me, if we could keep the noise down. Thank you very much. All right, Kathy, go ahead.
Okay. You have in front of you a plan that shows the site of the proposed development, Phase 4 of Triple Crown. Current zoning is AG1. Future land use calls for this to be agricultural, equestrian, and estate residential. The site plan was submitted to us on October 3rd, 2013. In terms of background on the site, the subject site...
Excuse me, Kathy, we got a few conversations going on here. Could we quieten those down so that our staff member has the floor? Thank you.
Thank you. The subject site contains 16.42 acres. The subdivision is currently under development with 9 lots zoned AG1 agricultural. 9 lots of single-family homes are proposed. This site is a final phase of an existing subdivision, Triple Crown, which is currently zoned CUP, Community Unit Plans, at a density of 0.6 units per acre. The site is located, as I mentioned, in the agricultural, equestrian, estate residential designation of the 2030 City of Milton Comprehensive Plan. The original design of this final phase contained a total of 22.1 acres to develop 13 lots, of which 4.12 acres have since been sold to an adjacent property owner, leaving this petition a total of 16.98 acres. The applicant is requesting a rezoning to CUP to build 9 single-family residences at an overall density of 0.53 units per acre. Therefore, no change in the number of lots is requested as part of the request to rezone from AG1 agricultural to CUP. The following are proposed building setbacks and development standards for individual lots. CUP allows for the applicant to specify building setbacks, and he is proposing for these 9 lots the following: front yard setback of 30 feet, side yard setback 10 feet, side yard setback adjacent to a street 20 feet, rear yard 40. For the lots adjacent to Freemanville Road, 50 feet, adjacent to AG1, 50 feet. No lot would have direct access to Freemanville Road, and the minimum heated floor area for each structure would be 2,800 square feet. In order to maintain the rural view shed, however, the staff has recommended a provision of a 40-foot undisturbed buffer, an additional 20-foot no improvement setback for the lots along Freemanville Road, identified as lots 3, 4, and 5, and where sparsely vegetated, they should be replanted in a natural fashion. Also, staff has recommended that the architectural elevations for lots 3, 4, and 5 adjacent to Freemanville Road shall be reviewed and approved by the Community Development Department. These 2 requirements are included in the recommended conditions. In terms of the impact on the schools, It is projected that there will be a total additional students generated from this development of anywhere from 6 to 10. The Birmingham Elementary School would be able to handle the additional amount of students, but currently Northwestern and Milton High School are both over capacity. In terms of a fiscal analysis in regard to the revenue versus the cost of services, over 20 years it is projected a positive of $155,527. City Arborist has submitted a landscape, the applicant has submitted a landscape plan approved by the City Arborist to reflect the recommended conditions. In terms of standards of review, whether or not the proposal will permit a use that is suitable in view of the use and development of adjacent and nearby property. The proposed 9-lot single-family residential subdivision developed at a density of 0.53 units per acre is consistent with adjacent and nearby properties zoned CUP to the north and west and AG1 to the south and east, which are also developed at less than 1 unit per acre. It is staff's opinion that the proposed use is suitable with adjacent and nearby developments and zonings if approved with staff's recommended conditions. Whether there are other existing or changed conditions affecting the use and development of the property which gives supporting grounds for either approval or disapproval of the proposal. The site contains slopes and a stream with the required buffers. In addition, the remainder of Triple Crown is also zoned CUP to the west. The request for the proposed CUP allows for additional flexibility to better site the homes within the subdivision based on the Fulton County Health Department requirements of 2 drain fields, to protect the specimen trees, and to better landscape and to have a better landscape design for the subdivision. These facts are grounds to recommend approval of the proposed CUP if developed with the recommended conditions. Therefore, in conclusion, if developed as a CUP with the recommended conditions, the 9-lot single-family subdivision would be consistent with the 2030 City of Milton Comp Plan and will provide for a better development with the proposed CUP. Therefore, staff recommends approval of RC 13-17 to rezone from AG1 to CUP. Recommended conditions. To the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property as follows: that it should be single-family detached dwellings and accessory uses and structures. There shall be no more than 9 total dwelling units at a maximum density of 0.53 units per acre, whichever is less based on the total acreage zoned. To the site plan received by the Community Development Director, the owner would agree to abide by all the conditions as stated on that plan. Also, all areas which are not part of an individual lot and held in common shall be maintained by a mandatory homeowners association. Also, the owner would agree to the following site development considerations: a minimum lot size of 43,560 square feet, 1 acre, the minimum lot width at the building line 90 feet, minimum lot frontage 35, minimum heated floor area 2,800 square feet, minimum front yard setback 30 feet, minimum side yard setback 10 feet, minimum rear yard 40 feet, adjacent to AG1 50 feet, and no lot would have direct access to Freemanville Road. Also, to provide a 40-foot undisturbed buffer and an additional 20-foot no improvement setback for lots along Freemanville Road identified as lots 3, 4, and 5. And the architectural elevations for lots 3, 4, and 5 adjacent to Freemanville Road shall be reviewed and approved by the Community Development Department. In terms of public involvement, a CZIM was held on October 29th. No one expressed opposition to the rezoning at that meeting. The applicant held their public participation meeting on November 4th, and there were no objections listed in that meeting. The Milton Design Review Board held a courtesy review, and they recommended that a 60-foot undisturbed area should be established along Freemanville Road, and were sparsely vegetated to replant in a natural fashion. Also, that architectural elevations for lots 3, 4, and 5 fronting Freemanville Road shall be reviewed and approved by staff, and that the Milton Trail should be incorporated into the development. The Planning Commission meeting at December 18th, they approved the application with staff's recommendations 6-1. And that is my presentation.
Okay, open up to questions. Kathy, first I'd like just, not so much a question, but a comment. This particular rezoning or application to go from AG1 to CUP, obviously, as you know, we've got a moratorium, but this was in the works beforehand, so it's not.
That is correct. So it is grandfathered in to be acted on.
And my understanding, and also looking at it and looking at it with staff, this is not necessarily in reason to try to get any more density than it would with AG1. That's not the case at all, but more so that the lots are not only match with the existing neighborhood that it's attached to, but also to have the homes sit better and possibly get some more view shed and buffers and whatnot. So I guess my comment, just if you can clarify, just to confirm, is this is not, this is not a zoning to increase density per se, but actually it will probably be a benefit to the development and, as well as the surrounding community.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Karen?
Got one question. All of the minimums that are listed in 3, are all those consistent with the CUP development for the subdivision that is existing that this will become part of?
Let's see, Robin, you can help me on this, but I believe the rear yard is different. The setback on the existing one, they have 50 feet. The applicant is requesting a rear yard setback of 40 feet, and I believe that's only on one lot because of the
But all of the
constraints.
others are consistent with what is already there and the subdivision's already part of.
And the other is the minimum heated floor area on the existing. It's only required to be 2,500 square feet per structure, and the applicant is proposing 2,800 square feet. So that's really the only change.
Bill?
On the same Article 3E, on the package here, minimum front yard setback is 30 feet. And I noticed on the screen here it was 35 feet.
Then I stand corrected. You're right, yes. The existing one is 35, and they are requesting a 30. That is true. Thank you for that correction.
Just to clarify the mayor's comments earlier, they can put 9 houses on that property right now as it's permitted.
Absolutely.
And where they're asking for 9, change the way they lay on the lot.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And what the community would get as a condition of zoning that we're recommending is that we create a rural view shed
On those
for
three
those
lots on
3 lots that
Freemanville.
front on Freemanville.
Okay. Rick?
And Kathy, just to clarify, this is the final build-out of Triple Crown, is that correct?
Robin, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that it is, yes.
Okay.
Bill?
There's a point here, I can't find it right now, related to filing these agreements with HOA. Is this development here going to be part of the original HOA?
Yes, and the applicant can also speak to that, but it's our understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions of staff? Obviously, we'll have comment, and you can, if you have other questions, you can ask. I'll open up to, is there, open up for any speakers in support of this application?
Our first comment comes from Walter Recuck.
Again, I wasn't trying to make a comment, but I'm trying to make the presentation for the case. So tell me if I'm doing this at the wrong time or not.
No, this is your,
okay.
Make your presentation. This is a hearing.
Okay, again, this is Triple Crown Unit 5. We are basically looking to develop 9 lots, and this is on 16 acres. If you go out there today, you'll see the streets are built.
Excuse me, can you give us your address?
Sure, my name's Walt Recook. I live at 615 Scarlet Oak Trail, Milton, Georgia. So there's no additional lots. We're not asking for additional density. As the staff said, it's 0.53 units per acre of land out there. Excuse me, unit total density. This is consistent with the Triple Crown subdivision. We are going to become part of the HOA on this project. The main reason we're looking for this is, again, to keep the houses closer towards the street, making it similar to what's out at Triple Crown. We're trying to protect also the rural view shed along Freemanville. You can see on a plan we've got here, this shows the houses, each one of the lots, as it backs up to Freemanville. You'll see that there is a berm only for a short portion along Freemanville Road. The rest of it is existing topography. And we are planting trees and shrubs and such out there. In fact, on this site, we plan to plant over 265 trees as required because of tree recompense as well as landscaping around the detention ponds. We are agreeing with the staff. The only thing I have a question about is one of the conditions asks for an undisturbed buffer joining Freemanville. But again, we've been asked to plant trees, and we've got a plan of showing we're going to plant trees along this entrance along Freemanville Road. And I want to make sure that there's not a problem with us planting trees, because I think it contradicts itself. It says that undisturbed buffer, but also to have a landscape planting along that area. So I just want to make sure that it is allowed to be landscaped. I'll reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have any other speakers?
Yes, we have two more, sir. The next one is Tommy Fuqua.
Mr. Fuqua. Okay.
Our next speaker is Miss Laura Rencher.
My name is Laura Rencher. I live at 1060 Birmingham Road, Milton, Georgia. I support this, and Preserve Rural Milton supports this rezoning because it's a good use of the cup, and it does not increase the density from AG1. And in addition, there's a lot of things the city was able to do to preserve the rural view shed. And they also were able to do an architectural review in addition to make sure the rear view of the homes are consistent with our city. All these things would not have been possible if there was no rezoning. So it's a positive use of it.
Thank you.
And we have no cards in opposition, sir.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing then and open back up to if council has any questions for staff or any questions for the applicant, or if someone wanted to make a motion. Bill.
Just one question. Mr. Recook may be able to answer it. Sir, the DRB commented and suggested, recommended that the setback off Freemanville Road be increased from 50 feet to 60 feet. What impact would that have on your site plan?
Well, the biggest problem we have in particular is there are some trees that we're having to save. And with sewer, as you know, you're trying to place a septic field plus reserve line in those areas. The reason we're moving the houses up is to maintain that area where we could put septic. By eliminating that 60 feet, that reduces the amount of area available. There is a beautiful tree on, I believe that's lot number 3. It's a huge tree, and only thing is we may have problems saving that perhaps if we have to stay out of that buffer. The problem we have with any number is if you just arbitrarily pick a number, you don't always notice the impact that it may have on that lot. So that's the only thing I'm concerned with, is that will we be impacting that one large tree by doing that, where if we put it back towards the back, it may have no impact. And again, I think if you put septic in an area, I don't see how anybody's going to notice septic. So I would think if you said that the area could be disturbed for septic and get replanted, they can't put trees there, but they could plant grass, and I don't think anybody's going to notice anything. But I think that's the problem with an undisturbed buffer. I think if you said that it's something where they could put septic if need be, but they can't put a fire pit or accessory building or swimming pool, I think that's understandable. And I think that goes back to what the definition of a rear building setback is. So if you said that the rear building setback is 60 foot, I think that does restrict those buildings from being very close. And the undisturbed buffer, again, I think we're going to be planting it. We have an approved plan from the city arborist. We've got a contract we're about ready to sign with a landscaper to plant that whole buffer. And the plan that you see there is the landscaping we're going to place along that frontage of Freemanville, as well as along the emergency access road and around the detention pond. And for that matter, our adjoining neighbor, who we're trying to shield from us, our potential homes. And no one asked us to do that. That's something that we're doing to take care of our neighbor. So again, these are things that I think will work best for the community.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I'll make a motion.
All right.
I'd make a motion to approve agenda item number 14005 with staff's recommended conditions.
Councilmember, before you get a second on that, I need to advise you to make one modification to staff's recommended conditions, and that's to change 3C, which states the minimum lot frontage, change that number from 30 feet to 35 feet. It is represented on the site plan, so no modification to the plan. It just needs to be correct in the conditions.
Okay. I would make a motion then to approve agenda item 14005 with staff's recommended conditions, changing item number 3C from 30 feet to 35 feet.
Second motion.
Okay, we got a motion by Councilmember Hewitt, second by Councilmember Morig. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Let's see. All right, before I'm going to put the city attorney on the spot for a second, before we move to this next, before he calls next item. This actual piece of property, and Ken, I just want to get your opinion on whether I should recuse myself or not. This particular parcel of land at one point was a very small minority in a LLC that owned part of this property, and is still way out there in some sort of negotiation and lawsuit and whatnot. It's since been sold and whatnot, but again, want to make sure and all to be transparent with I should recuse myself from being a part of this discussion and vote on this property.
Mr. Mayor, you're talking about RZ 1319?
Yes.
And just to confirm, you were at one point,
I was at one point a member of an LLC that owned the property. It since went back to the bank, but there's still an ongoing negotiation at some point. I believe that it's been sold, but again, just to make sure that this would never come back, that it had any impact to me one way or the other.
forgive me for doing this this way, but do you believe there's any realistic expectation of it coming back to the LLC? If it's been sold, I would assume no.
Probably not, but just to be safe, I'd probably feel better just
Mr.
not.
Mayor, I would recommend that you recuse if there's a question on that issue.
And I'll leave it up to you if I sit here and keep quiet, or if you want me to leave.
You can remain at your station. It's an open meeting, and you've announced the reason for your recusal on the record. So the Mayor Pro Tem would need to pick up.
Okay, he was not here, so I'll make a. I'll nominate Councilmember Thurman, and can I appoint one with the council, or how does that?
Yeah, I think who was the former Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilmember Lawson.
I think that would be appropriate at this point.
Okay. Do I need a motion or anything? Or?
You don't. No,
okay.
sir.
All right. It's all yours, Bill.
Yeah, thank you. It's an easier one, though. Okay, will the city clerk please read the next item?
Next item is consideration of RZ 1319, 13941, and 13943, Highway 9 North, by Ashton Atlanta Residential LLC to rezone from OI Office Institutional to TR Townhouse Residential to develop 24 single-family residences. Agenda item number 14006. First presentation was heard at the January 6th, 2014 regular City Council meeting. Ms. Kathy Field.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, you see in front of you the site outlined in red. The current zoning is shown, and I would like to point out to you that the site really is 4 parcels. The 2 northernmost parcels are zoned O and I, and the 2 southern ones are in our new Deerfield form-based code. And you can see that here. So we have sort of a split in zoning, obviously. The future land use plan showed this whole area to be proposed for mixed use. And then when we amended the land use plan, when we put the Deerfield plan in place, those 2 parcels to the south became part of this overlay area and this master plan that shows it to be in a transitional area. The revised site plan was submitted to us on December 3rd, 2013. The subject site contains 5.3 acres and is undeveloped. The total subject site was rezoned to O&I Office Institutional at a total density of 5,332 square feet per acre of general office for the 4 parcels totaling 5.3 acres. However, the 2 parcels to the south, representing 1.64 acres, are now within the T5 urban center zone form-based code, while the 2 north parcels, as I mentioned, 3.84 acres, remain O&I. Therefore, the 2 north parcels remaining O&I at 5,332 square feet per acre gives the 2 north parcels a total of 20,489.76 square feet of general office on 3.38 acres. The 2 south parcels on the T5 urban center zone form-based code are allowed a total of 33,210 square feet of commercial, office, or retail on 1.64 acres, or 9 units per acre of residential. Based on the applicant's revised site plan, staff offers the following considerations. The site plan indicates compliance with the development standards for a TR townhouse residential zone. Staff will require that a minimum 20-foot setback from the garage door to the back of the curb be provided in order to ensure that the sidewalk is not blocked by a vehicle parked in the driveway. Secondly, a minimum of 4 spaces shall be provided for each residence based on the fact that the widths of the private streets are not sufficient to provide on-street parking. Other site plan considerations: it has been the City Council's policy in the past where there has been development along Highway 9 to provide a black 4-board black equestrian fence not exceeding 55 inches in height. In terms of arborist comments, the recompense will be 164 4-inch trees if all specimen trees are removed. Staff notes that in the previous rezoning pursuant to RZ 07-10, a condition of zoning was included to preserve 3 trees on the site, identified as 1, 5, and 6, and the exhibit is included at the end of the staff report. City of Milton Fire Marshal found no outstanding fire code issues. In terms of the impact from the Fulton County Board of Education, it's estimated that this application would generate anywhere from 17 to 27 students, and it indicates that the Cogburn Woods Elementary School and the Hopewell Middle School are over capacity, could not meet the demand, but the Cambridge High School could. And the fiscal impact, looking at the cost of services versus the revenue generated from this development over 20 years, we are looking at a negative impact of $122,174. Standards of review: whether the proposal is in conformity with the policies and intent of the land use plan. Based on the recent designation of the 2 south parcels of subject site to form-based code T5 overlay district and the pending master plan for the 2 north parcels, the request to rezone to TR townhome residential is not consistent with the future vision for the subject site. Whether there are other existing or changed conditions affecting the use and development of the property which give supporting grounds for either approval or disapproval of the proposal. Although the proposed development is consistent with the adjacent and nearby zonings and developments, the vision for the future of Highway 9 is not to replicate what already exists along the corridor, but to enhance it. The intent is to implement a form-based code to specify the desired architectural and site design. The two south parcels have been designated already T5 form-based code zoning recently, and the two north parcels are currently being considered in the North Highway 9 visioning study, which is not yet adopted. Given these considerations, it is grounds to recommend denial for the proposed TR townhome residential zoning, developed as single-family residential. Conclusion, although the proposed development is consistent with adjacent and nearby developments in the area and appears to meet the required development requirements, it is inconsistent with the intent of the form-based code overlay district and the vision for the corridor. Therefore, staff recommends denial of RZ 13-19 to rezone from O&I office institutional to TR townhouse and to develop 24 single-family residential and to develop a 24-lot single-family residential subdivision. If the mayor and council recommends approval, staff provides the following recommended conditions. If this petition is approved by the mayor and city council, it should be TR townhouse residential conditional, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions: single-family detached dwellings and accessory uses and structures, no more than 24 total single-family dwelling units at a maximum density of 4.53 units per acre, whichever is less, based on the total acreage zoned. To the owner's agreement to abide by the following: to the revised site plan received by the Community Development Department on December 3rd, 2013. Also, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following site development considerations: minimum lot size shall be 5,000 square feet, minimum heated floor area shall be 2,000 square feet. Each lot shall provide a total of 4 parking spaces. Minimum setback from the garage door to the back of the sidewalk shall be 20 feet. And that a black 4-board equestrian style fence shall be provided along Highway 9 interior to the landscape strip, or as approved by the Community Development Director. Also to provide a landscaped open space with plantings approved by the city arborist along Highway 9 interior to the new right-of-way as shown on the revised site plan. And to reserve trees identified as 1, 5, and 6 on the exhibit attached. Also to the owner's agreement to abide by the following requirements, dedication, and improvements: to dedicate at no cost to the City of Milton or Georgia Department of Transportation prior to approval of a land disturbance permit, sufficient land is necessary to provide transportation improvements as required by the Director of Public Works. And I'll move through these. I just want to review the public involvement with you. On December the 4th, 2013, the applicant was present at the CZIM meeting. There were 6 members of the community in attendance. In terms of public comments, staff has spoken to the owner of Superior Indoor Comfort, which abuts to the north and currently is zoned M1 manufacturing. He was concerned about the new homes that would be protected from his business. Also, a resident of Belmead subdivision to the east was concerned about the connection of sewer via an existing sewer easement in the subdivision. The applicant hosted a public participation report on December 12th. No one was in attendance. There was a courtesy review by the DRB, and they recommended the following: that the area was envisioned to have more of a walkable retail use. Development should comply with the Highway 9 Deerfield form-based code. Dwelling should be subject to review by the staff. Planning Commission at their meeting recommended unanimously to deny RZ 13-19 based on the fact that it was inconsistent with the newly adopted Deerfield Highway 9 form-based code. That is my presentation, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
One question, Kathy. In the DRB comments, if you pull that back up again.
Sure.
Under the second article there, first bullet point, the area was envisioned to have more of a walkable retail use. Whose vision was that?
The plan. The number one, but both plans. The one that's in effect, in essence, the form-based code overlay for the Deerfield Route 9 area, which includes the bottom two, the two southernmost parcels. That plan calls for that area to be a mixed-use to transitional type with the form-based code in there, but more of a retail office type of use. The two northern parcels are still zoned O and I, but they are in what will be a new master plan, which is the Route 9 North visioning study that's underway. It hasn't been adopted yet, but I will tell you from all indications from the public input that the community envisions that same idea for this area, that it would be a more of a walkable commercial office type of use. Residential was really not contemplated for this area.
Thank you. Anybody else? Sudi, is there anyone who'd like to speak in support of RZ 13-19er?
Yes, sir. The first speaker card comes from Mike Busher.
Yeah. Can you just go to perfect. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Busher. I'm the Vice President of Land Acquisition Development for Ashland Woods Homes. Our office is at 3820 Mansell Road in Alpharetta, Georgia. As your staff recounted, the recommendation is to deny our proposal. So I wanted to come up tonight to give you some rationale of what we think the merits are of our case and to hopefully invite a little bit of a dialogue. So I'll try to reserve time for that. As you know, opportunities for new housing in Milton remain scarce, but demand remains high. And so as a builder and developer who wants to partner with Milton, it's my job to go out and identify new opportunities. 3 years ago, I came before the board for an opportunity that was just north of this proposed site on Highway 9 to rezone it. It shared some similar characteristics of this site. It was zoned for commercial. It also had an economic hardship. It was the property that you may recall was across from Crooked Creek. And ultimately, we zoned it to the same designation with TR, even though that we ultimately constructed it with single-family detached homes. Happy to report that we sold all 39 homes in about 16 months. So it was famously successful. And so anytime that happens, the company pats me on the back and says, now go do it again. Unfortunately, it's not so easy just to find opportunities that fit within the perfect fold. When we first came across this property, we asked the seller about its history and more specifically what attempts had been made to market it for its current use. The seller's representative is here tonight and can speak more about that if time permits. But in essence, what he said is that, of course, they sought out retail developers, but to a person, the rejection and the tone of the rejection was that the site had too many hardships. In particular, they didn't like the fact that it fell pretty steeply off the road. It didn't have what they considered good street presence. I certainly can't speak to the commercial viability of it. I could only look then as what might be a next alternative. And having had the recent history and a similar designation, that was the logic of how we decided to approach it for rezoning. Along the way, your staff has mentioned that we've had our public participation meetings. I'm not sure if there are more people tonight that are here in opposition. I can only tell you that along the way, we've basically heard from three people, one of which was a person who I do recognize tonight who lives adjacent to the subdivision. His principal concern is about a sewer easement. But that sewer easement was part of the land records, not contemplated as a result of this rezoning, something that was already entitled. So I think his concerns are really limited to the potential construction of that easement. I suspect you may hear from him tonight. What we've said to him is that if granted the approval, we would obviously stay within the confines of that approved easement. We wouldn't be seeking a new easement out. Another woman identified herself as a resident, I believe, of Crooked Creek and expressed concerns about wanting to protect the overall integrity of the comprehensive plan. On that point, what I would say is that we certainly look to conform to the comprehensive plan. The fact that we came before Milton once for rezoning is one example, but I'll also give you another more recent example of where we purchased the Lee property in downtown Crabapple. That property was subject to the Crabapple overlay, to my knowledge, I think we're the first residential developer who's gone through that process with the city, and although I can't speak for their side, I would tell you it's been a good process. We scrapped every architectural plan we had, worked with Kathy, worked with Robin to try to create what is the vision for that area, and we hope to open our new sales model in a few months. So I just want you to know that we're also a partner who takes that commitment seriously. Having said all that, why are we here? What I hope that you would look at in the view of this application is that if you've been by the site, you know it is sort of sandwiched between the CVS and then the bordering northern commercial use. But I do think there is a way to create a meaningful and sustainable and successful subdivision that still fits within the fold of the overall intent of the comprehensive land use plan. Kathy talks about the fact that there's I think it's the Highway 9 overlay, and that there's effectively 3 parcels within this one. But we're really talking about 5 acres of land, and though it's subdivided, it's effectively 1 parcel that we're looking at. It just so happens that the southernmost parcel fits within a different comprehensive structure or comprehensive plan structure. So it's sort of sandwiched in 5 acres, and it's trying to meet the intent of all these mixing of uses. It's tough to do on 5 acres. Even in a perfect world, in the middle of downtown, you'd have a hard time maybe coming up with an appropriate mix of uses on 5 acres. It can be done. What I was hoping to argue was that by going after what I think is a quality detached subdivision with houses ranging from 28 to 3,200 square feet, transaction pricing hoping to be in the 4s to 5s, we were going to fit within the overall fold of the intent of mixing of uses. Regrettably, does not seem to be the case that staff took, and I respect their opinion on it. But what I would share, though, is that we're also being held to a standard of an overlay that doesn't exist yet completely. So, I almost feel like in the case of the Highway 9 overlay district, it hasn't fully been realized and it hasn't been adopted yet. We're also being denied based on the fact that it will soon be. That's a little bit tricky as an applicant, because you want to say, well, why don't we kind of make a decision on the here and now? And if the merits don't support it, so be it. I did look through the comprehensive plan and talked about looked at the character areas, and under the Bethany character area, that it does say the prominent land use of the Bethany character area should remain residential. Okay, and then it goes on to say what's appropriate for this. Residential high is 3 to 5 units per acre. Well, we certainly begin to fit with that overall intent. But I don't, to Kathy's point, I don't think that's the vision overall long term. And I don't know how to specifically address the fact that the longer term may involve a mixing of uses that ultimately I couldn't accomplish on just this one piece. Quick note about our product, and there's the proposed site plan as currently. And I realize now that you can't see this, so it's not very helpful to you.
We got it on
Oh, you
the
can?
screen.
Okay, good. What we would look to build is something similar in character to what we build at Parkside Manor, which I think is, again, maybe not everybody's particular cup of tea, but I think well appointed and appropriate for the area, and offering, most importantly, a housing option that, as it relates to sewer in Milton, is not hard, or is hard to come by. You certainly have. I'm aware of the moratorium. I'm aware of what you all are facing in terms of recent applications, but sewered lots that are also in a place that isn't highly objectionable. And again, there may be 30 people here tonight who are going to tell you otherwise. I haven't had the chance to engage with them yet. But if they are, then I'd love for you to give me more time to do so. But along the way, I haven't heard a universal rejection to the type of housing stock that we're proposed. So that begins to tell me that maybe there's more appropriateness here than maybe would meet the eye at the first glance. I'll reserve the last 2 minutes for rebuttal. Thanks.
Is there anyone else speaking in support?
We have one other individual, Heath Milligan.
Good evening. My name's Heath Milligan. I live at 430 Pine Forest Road, Atlanta, Georgia. I represent ARG Quality Investments, which owns Quality Properties, which owns the property. It's a Alistar Bank, which foreclosed on the previous owner. The previous development that was proposed was for a bank and mix of uses, similar that I guess was called for in the current plan, but was not able to come to fruition. A lot of the reasoning behind that is similar to what I was met with when I was first tasked with marketing this property 18 months ago. I'm a real estate broker. I specialize in land brokerage all across metro Atlanta. I've worked on dozens of properties like this, similar similar in the fact that
1 minute remaining.
Similar in the fact that they are intended for office institutional uses, and this is one that, upon meeting with a lot of the initial interested parties, which I thought would have taken an interest in this property, the topography and the visibility as well as the access was such that did not at all from the beginning meet their criteria for a development. The city's asked that or proposes that it's a walkable type retail office use, but when it sits 10 or 15 feet below road grade, it's very difficult to match up with what the city has proposed. So we fully support this. We believe in Ashton Woods. They've come up with a great project that we stand behind. We see it as a hardship to try and, to use an example from earlier, force a square peg in a round hole, and it's something that we hope the city would consider. Thank you.
Is that all speaking in support?
That's all, sir.
Do we have any speaking in opposition?
Yes, sir. We have 2 comments. The first comes from Laura Wysong.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Laura Wysong, 14305 Creek Club Drive in Crooked Creek, literally about a half mile from this proposed development. Speaking as a concerned homeowner, and I've been participating in the visioning sessions for this particular area, so I do understand what the community wants in this area, and what the community wants is a walkable area. We are in the process of developing the form-based code, so I will say kudos to staff. They definitely took in consideration what the community wants for that particular area. The vision is that folks want to see kind of retail, walkable, crabapple looking type environment. We are trying to change the landscape of this area to connect the dots. Right now it's very unconnected. We got stuck with what Fulton County left, which is really kind of a mess. So we're trying to clean up the mess in this particular area. In order to do that, this is what the community wanted. Additionally, you got to think of the financials on this. It's negative. It's not good for our area. We want positive. We want positive revenue for the city. A nice retail component, a nice shop component, I think could be a good thing for the city. It'll be a good thing for the community in that corridor. That's what people want. They really want to be able to have sidewalks coming down to the Bethany Bend area. On the flip side, concern around this proposal is density, traffic. This is a very bad traffic area. I'm sure Carter Lucas could speak to this area. I mean, we can't even get out of Crooked Creek right now, and hopefully we can look at getting a stoplight because so us, Lake Laurel, I mean, it is just stacking up. Another community with this density is just not going to work for this area. This is a transitional area. So, and also we just approved some development right across from Cambridge High School, adding more to the traffic situation. So really got to think through this. I think, with the right things, we can make a nice retail development work there. I'm willing to go out and make that happen. So that's looking for the support. Thanks.
Thank you.
And our final comment in opposition is from Yuri Konnikov.
Good evening. My name is Yuri Konikov, 3345 Cedar Farms Court, Milton, Georgia, subdivision Willamette Farms. The part of construction plan includes creating a sewer line that will go on the easement lane through our subdivision, excuse me, Willamette Farms, and that easement lane goes through 4 lots, including mine. So I have major concerns related to this construction activity inside the existing subdivision. My first concern is that our subdivision is pretty old, and we have a lot of big trees on those easement lanes, and removing those trees can damage our houses. I made a picture to show the council members how big trees are and how close are they into the houses. So when the builder will remove those trees, they will not remove them like surgically, tree by tree. So they will remove using a standard method, bulldozer. So when you remove big trees by bulldozer, it's possible that a tree will fall on the houses and damage them and make damage, for example, not to houses, maybe to lawns, bushes, etc., etc. So another concern, some of our water lines and water meters are in the framework of that easement lanes. I can show you another picture which shows my neighbor water meter, which is in the framework of the easement lane. This is the easement stake. This is the water meter. So during the construction of the sewer line through our subdivision, it's possible to make a damage to water lines and make interruption of water service. And the third concern, the removing big trees and bushes on those easement lanes will change the landscape of our subdivision, and it in future it can be result in the mud and erosion damage. So I oppose to rezoning that lot for construction those 24 attached homes, and if the council will allow to make that, I would ask to council to recommend the construction company to use another way for sewer line. For example, connect that subdivision sewer line to existing sewer line, which is the using by CVS pharmacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all, sir.
That's all. Declare the public hearing closed. Open it up to council discussion. Rick?
I guess I share a little bit of what Laura, Ms. Wysong talked about, living in the area. The concern is from a traffic, but also from a density, because we do have a lot of higher density housing in that area already, which causes some of the traffic problems. And this is one of the last, when we look along Highway 9, I see this as still a viable commercial property, and I'd like to see us use what we have designated already for that going forward instead of adding additional residential, especially higher density residential.
Matt?
Ashton Woods is a great builder, and you make great product, and unfortunately in our situation here in Milton as a whole, we only have so much commercial property as it is. And we've had to deny other good developers before, but to give that away without being able to put it up somewhere else is just not, in my mind, what we want to do. And what Laura has said and what the community had said too, we're trying to fix what we had done from that perspective and make sure that we can increase our commercial tax base. To give it up like that, I just can't support. So like what Rick said as well, I'd like to see it stay commercial.
Karen?
I believe in order for the community to really be viable, we got to make sure we have all aspects of the community, not just the live aspect, but also the shopping aspect, commercial aspect, the office aspect, parks aspect. And to me, we are overloaded right now on the residential aspect, and what we really need is the others. And I really hate to see one of the few pieces of property that could be developed as office or as commercial go as a high-density residential.
All I have to say, I agree with my fellow council members here. But to the gentleman that just spoke, whether this was to go residential or some type of office or retail, that route for that sewer line is probably going to go on that easement. So those concerns are still going to be there, but I'd prefer to give it a shot at office or retail as well.
I think things are just now really turning around, and there may not have been a market for this 3 or 4 years ago, but I really think maybe in the future there will be, and we need to hold out to do what's best for the city.
Maybe one comment here. Last year, we developed a visioning study for a Highway 9 corridor from Bethany on north to the Forsyth County line. Had quite a bit of community involvement in it. We're pretty close to probably approving that study. I think what we've been trying to accomplish here in the last 7 years is to gain more community involvement in everything we do. And I think this visioning study is a clear example of how we can get together and come up with a good plan. Having said that, anyone else? Are there any questions of the applicant?
Would it be appropriate for me to make a couple requests and one rebuttal?
No time left.
Is that a yes?
I'm okay with giving it to him if he wants to.
You've closed the public hearing and the time has been exhausted. I guess if you want to allow additional comment as a board, you can do that, but you're not under any obligation to.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I can be brief.
I'm okay with it.
Want to go for 2 minutes?
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. The biggest thing I'd like for you all to request is if there was if it's within your purview to, it sounds like it's going to be for denial. The owner would prefer that we simply withdraw without prejudice. If that's not acceptable, we would then ask for a deferral. If for no other reason, then we would retract the application. Not sure if that's appropriate, but that's what we would ask. As to just someone who wants to partner with the city, I'll just share some perspective. Certainly understand it and don't want to make this into a fight, because I want you to, when you see us, think of us as a partner. That's how it has to be. And so if we don't get this one, we'll go on. I would just tell you that as someone who seeks out sites, there will be, I think, a very real hardship that will exist in the site throughout economic terms, but it's self-serving for me to say that. I can just tell you from my perspective, I think that everything he shared with you is real. And just for some color, we looked at what the economic viability of what's going on around here. Right now you have about 439,000 square feet of retail within a 1 mile radius vacant of the site. 439,000. So there's an awful lot of vacancy that exists within 1 mile of the site as it is. One would think that would have to be absorbed through before new development would occur. Similar with office, 1 mile radius, there's 56,000 existing rentable building space within 1 mile of the site. As you go out to 3 miles, the numbers become pretty impressive. There's 4,061,684 existing rentable building area within 3 miles of the site. That's an awful lot of space to absorb. That doesn't diminish your intent. I just would ask you to consider that as you start looking at these visioning studies and asking yourself, I don't think we can have it both ways, in the sense that...
2 minutes has elapsed.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Yes, as is our policy. Wanted to open up for those in opposition.
Does
Does opposition want to speak? Laura Wysong?
Song 14305 Creek Club Drive. Just quickly in comment, and I do think Ashton Woods is a great builder. We've worked with you guys before, so nothing against you guys. And I do take into consideration your comments regarding office space and that, but I think some of that is due to marketability. I'm a business person. I live and work in this area, so I just think, there's some marketing things that can be done to better attract the right sort of retail, restaurant, and I'm not sure some of that's being done. So those are things that people in our corridor are starting to talk about. So I think the opportunities there just has to be done correctly. Those are my comments.
Matt?
Yeah, first of all, I have no problem accepting withdrawal on that end of the application. With regards to the other comments too, we're aware of the space that's available, and we have two directions we can go. We can accept defeat, or we can try to do something about it. And ultimately, for my reason being on this council as well, is to try to make sure we do something about it. It's a hard fight. You're absolutely right, but that doesn't mean it's not a fight worth fighting. So I guess I'll make a motion to accept the applicant's withdrawal.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve a withdrawal of RZ 13-19. That's 13941 and 13943 Highway 9 North by Ashton Atlanta Residential LLC to rezone from O&I Office Institutional to TR Townhouse Residential to develop 24 single-family residences. Ready for a vote? All those in favor?
Hang on just one second for me, Mr. Lusk. I think it was by design, and the two words that the applicant used is withdrawal without prejudice.
Did I say that?
Those are two very important words in this whole thing. So I'd like you to, rather than just accept it, withdraw. Do it the whole way.
Does he need to recant his second?
So withdraw the second.
I'll remove my second so you
Okay.
can
And
amend
then
his.
your motion is to accept the withdrawal without prejudice.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the withdrawal without any prejudice.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. As restated, all those in favor of the withdrawal?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously. Do it on my watch. I'd recommend that we take a 5-minute biology break.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We got everybody, and we'll go ahead and resume the meeting. Okay, if our moving on to unfinished business, if our city clerk will please call the next item.
Next item is consideration of T1303 BC08 330 Batesville Road by STC2 LLC, doing business as Crown Castle USA, to replace the existing 150-foot-high stealth-designed light pole, telecommunications tower with a 195-foot-high monopine telecommunications tower, and a two-part concurrent variance. First, to reduce the tower setbacks from adjacent property lines from 293 feet on all sides to A, 165 foot and 181 feet on the northwestern property lines, B, 175 feet on the northeastern property line, and C, 49 feet on the eastern property line, all as more particularly shown on the site plan filed herewith, Section 54, 6D2. And second, to waive the 20-foot landscaping buffer requirement, as the ground equipment on the site will be shielded by a wooded slatted fence and existing vegetation. Section 54, 6E. Agenda item number 13297. First presentation on this item was at December 16th, 2013, regular City Council meeting. The item was deferred at January 6th, 2014, regular City Council meeting. Mr. Chris Lagerblum.
Let me step in 1 second for you. Chris, allow Councilman Thurman, I believe, wants to recuse herself.
Yes, City Manager Lagerblum, my husband and I are the managing members of an LLC that owns property that is in a very close vicinity to this, in which I know some of the opposition is coming from. And I have spoken with our city attorney and feel like it's probably best if I recuse myself from this item, since we still have lots available for sale in that subdivision.
I concur, and we have discussed it, and I agree that's the ethically cautious thing to do.
Mr. City Attorney?
Sir.
I have a cell phone. Can I recuse myself?
Mayor, you may not. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Lagerblum.
All right. Mayor and Council, I'm going to make a brief staff report tonight, and it's going to be brief because it's a continuation of a report that I gave a couple of weeks ago, and I don't need to go and regurgitate how we've kind of gotten to where we've gotten, I don't think, but I'd like to take you to what we've done in the last 2 weeks and bring you up to speed. You know how this application has progressed through our process. It was before you once before for your consideration. You deferred it, asked that the applicant meet with the community to see if there was opportunities to enhance or make better the request. In the last 2 weeks, I can tell you that that meeting occurred. The results of the meeting, and certainly the success or lack thereof, is in the eye of the beholder. Some people would feel as though there was progress made, others would feel as though there was not, and I'm not here to judge which one of those is correct. I'm just here to simply report what has happened since then. We did meet, and several members of the community were there, as well as the applicant and those representing the tower company. Feedback was heard in the community. The feedback that was consistently heard was if there's a way to get it further away from the property line, do that. 49 feet is just simply too close. If there's a way to reduce the height, do that. If there's a way to bring it to a stealth technology that is consistent in looking with the technology that exists out there today, was brought forward, and then there was the request to consider other forms of technology in lieu of tower-type technology. The applicant left the meeting willing to put their heads together to see if they could come up with anything that met the community's criteria for what would represent a better tower. And before you tonight is the result of that work, and it's for your consideration. Left at everybody's workstation is a multi-page document that shows some of the progress that was made since that meeting. If I bring you back a couple of weeks, you'll remember that there's an existing tower, 150-foot stealth tower. They call it a slick stick, that sits on Mr. Bowen's property and sits inside a compound roughly 49 feet from the property line. The initial request was to locate a new tower to the west, I guess, at this point. Towards Batesville Road is probably a better characterization. 22 feet on the same elevation, or still within 49 feet of the adjoining property. you'll see in this new proposal, one of the things that is being suggested is that tower move an additional 30 feet away from the property line, taking it from 49 feet to 79 feet. So that was a move in the right direction based upon what we've heard in the community meeting. The other thing that is proposed on this new item before you tonight is a reduction in height of 10 feet. Initially proposed 2 weeks ago was 195 feet. This is 185 feet. So those are really the two major things that came in this new proposal, was the reduction in height and the separation from the property line. The applicant, and they can speak for themselves, will point out that the 49 feet on a 150-foot pole versus 79 feet on a 185-foot pole, when you start to talk percentages, the percentage of the variance requested is less than the percentage of the variance that exists today in its current state. And they feel as though, and I guess I agree with them, the numbers don't lie, feel as though that's a better and lesser variance than what exists today. Again, I'll keep kind of my staff report short today. There's going to be, you're going to hear opinions of people that think we made progress, and you're going to hear opinions that we didn't. And frankly, this, I think, is at the point where there's some information on the table, and the council tonight is going to be in that unenviable position of having to make a policy decision. But I think this proposal that's in tonight represents at least what we'll hear from, and again, they can speak for themselves, the applicant, as kind of the best effort in this particular case. And frankly, I am thankful that we came back with a better plan. You know, we could have come back and put our heads together and come back with no enhancements. Whether you choose to approve this or not tonight is certainly your policy decision. If you wonder if the deferral was at least for value, I think I can answer that it was. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll let the applicant and those from the community speak to their viewpoints and to the technical aspects of the report. But for the purposes of tonight, unless we need to go back to the application that was before you 2 weeks ago, what is at your workstation would be what would be current.
Okay, and yeah, certainly if there's any questions for the city manager right now, I'll open it up, but then we will let our public comment speak. If you don't have any specific questions right now, you can always ask them of anybody at a later point. If so, we'll go ahead and open up to public comment.
Okay, our first comment in support comes from Ellen Smith.
We're not doing, it's already a public hearing, so just comments in the order received.
Just comments in the order. Doesn't
Ellen
have to
Smith.
be support or not.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Ellen Smith, 100 Galleria Parkway, Suite 1800, Atlanta, Georgia. First, I appreciate the time that staff and all of you have spent on this application, not just, frankly, while it's been pending since November, but in almost the year before on AT&T's behalf. You certainly have heard over the past year in connection with prior applications of the need for AT&T, and I won't go back through that as part of this public comment because I know the public hearing is closed, but I do want to at least give you a little more background, especially for the couple of you who were not here in the January 6th meeting. Just briefly, almost a year ago, a different applicant, American Tower Corporation, made an application for a 140-foot monopine tower at the Stars soccer field just down the road from this particular site. And your independent radio frequency consultant reviewed that application. One of his comments was, hey guys, why don't you look at the site that is here before you tonight? Our response on behalf of AT&T was, we've done that. In fact, 3 or 4 years ago, AT&T contacted Crown Castle, who is the applicant tonight, to say, can we go on this existing tower, the existing 150-foot tower? The answer was no, for a couple of reasons. Number one, it wasn't structurally sound to carry the additional weight of additional antennas. Two, the design of that tower, which is a slick stick or a light pole, as it was approved in Fulton County, didn't allow any space within that pole to accommodate AT&T's or any carriers, frankly, additional equipment inside that pole. Technology has changed since that particular stealth application was built 10 years ago, and currently AT&T's radio equipment, like a number of other carriers, has to be at the top where its antennas are and not as part of its ground equipment at the bottom location of the tower. That means that the height and the width of the tower have to change to accommodate the technology that AT&T currently employs. I give you that background because it does bring us here today. AT&T's needs and its radio frequency needs are outlined in the original application. They go through and detail, their radio frequency engineer detailed the needs that they had as with respect to the Star Soccer location, and also the needs that it has if it relocated to this particular site. As Chris indicated, the application has been amended with a new plan, and before you tonight is an application for a 185-foot tall monopine. At our meeting a week ago with a number of community members and a number of representatives of the applicant, and I would be remiss if I didn't at least tell you tonight in the audience, Mr. Bowen, who is the property owner, is here, along with a number of representatives of Crown Castle, including Mary Guy, who's a real estate zoning manager for the South area, Paul Rem, who's the district manager for Georgia, Rob Williams, who is the project manager, and Cheryl Jones with AT&T. I say that just to say this is an important site for them. They have been at all of these meetings and are extremely concerned with achieving and meeting their needs to serve your constituents and their customers in the city of Milton. At the meeting, the concerns that were raised were threefold, really, when you look at it. Location, particularly with respect to the distance between the replacement tower and the homes to the southeast, which are Brightwater Homes subdivision. That's currently 49, the current tower is 49 feet away from that closest property line. Height and design. In response, AT&T and Crown are proposing a plan that reduces the proposed new tower height to 185 feet. So AT&T would be at 180 feet, Sprint would be at 170 feet, Verizon would be at 160 feet, T-Mobile would be at 150 feet, and there's space structurally to allow another carrier should one come along and decide it has a need. We have also moved the tower, as Chris indicated, an additional 30 feet away from that nearest property line for a 79-foot setback as against the Brightwater Homes property. In doing so, I also want to note, we lose 4 feet of elevation. That doesn't sound like a lot, but that does absolutely impact AT&T's coverage and capacity objectives. So just visually, it's reduced 10 feet from the actual tower or steel structure, but because we're moving it that other 30 feet, we go down 4 feet in topo, so the effect is a 181-foot tall tower. Sorry, it's a lot of math. My dad was a math professor, so he would be proud that I can at least add, subtract, multiply, and divide. I note that the definition, too, of modification under your ordinance requires replacement in the same location. That's the language of the ordinance. One of the things we were asked was, could you move the tower site from its current proposed location within our equipment compound, within our leased area, to a place elsewhere on Mr. Bowen's property, further away from that southeastern property line? The answer was no, we can't, for any number of reasons. There's an elevation change. Because your ordinance would allow us to go up a percentage in height, we still would not achieve the height to meet the coverage objectives because we would be limited by the ordinance as far as height. Right now, the height that we're proposed is absolutely within the parameters of your ordinance. We're at a 23% height increase, and the ordinance allows us to go up to a 30% height increase for a drop and swap or replacement tower. With respect to distance from the southeastern property line, that over 30 feet addresses 2 concerns that we heard raised. One was that the variance we requested against that line by percent is no more of a variance relative to tower height than what exists now. And as Chris indicated, it's actually better. It's lesser of a variance from the setback requirement for the new tower than what is currently existing, if you take into account height. The second thing is it helps mitigate those adjacent property owners' concerns with respect to the risk of the tower falling on their property. To that concern, I note that we filed with our application materials that included a structural engineer certification. It's Vector Engineers that confirms that the proposed new tower, number one, is unlikely to fail, period. But number two, that if it does fail, it would fall within a 50-foot radius of itself. By moving the tower not just 49 feet, but now 79 feet away, we have attempted to address that concern. The other thing, I just received about 30 minutes ago some paperwork that the community members have filed. I'm not sure if it's appropriate for you all to consider that as part of your record since the public hearing is closed, but I do want to at least point out that in that material there is a paper from a guy in Canada that discusses tower failures due to ice-related weather incidents. Just to give you an idea, if I briefly glance through that, specifically, this paper says that there have been 140 tower collapses since 1959. The study is from 1996, so it's almost 18 years old at this point. Not a single one of those tower failures is in the state of Georgia. Not a single one of those tower failures related to a wireless tower. They are all related to radio or TV towers. I say that just to say, with all due respect to those concerns, we have looked at the design that is actually being proposed at the location, and you have, as part of the application, a structural engineer's certification that the tower will meet all current design standards and that it will not fail, and that if it does fail, it's going to fail on our property and not damage adjacent property owners' property. The other thing I just generally want to say is that if you look at the Vector Engineers report that we submitted from November 13th, it expressly deals with icing. This report that the community has included is related purely to icing incidents. The Vector Engineers report expressly confirms that the tower will be designed to withstand 3/4 inch design ice thickness with a concurrent 30-mile-an-hour wind speed. So, number one, we don't think it's going to fail. Number two, it's already addressed as part of the design element. And number three, with all due respect to that study, I don't think it has any relevance because it's not the same, it's not even the same type of towers. Those towers predominantly are guide wire towers. So they're the old kind of really tall towers that have guide wires coming off the edge. This proposed design doesn't have any of that, doesn't have the same structural issues that those towers have. I digress a little bit on that, but I wanted to at least address it. I wanted to note, too, that all of the other variances that we've requested with respect to other property lines, those are all internal to Mr. Bowen's property. He has a subparcel that's about 2 1/4 acre. Then he owns another additional almost 7 acres. So all of those other property lines to the north, northwest, and whatever direction that is, north, are all with respect to our own property owner, although it's a different parcel. So I just wanted to point that out. The plans today reflect those variances as, again, 79 feet to the southeastern, 141 and 145 feet as they relate to the north and northwest, and 165 feet as they relate to the northeast. We did address in our materials the requirements to obtain a variance. They are not the same as a rezoning variance or a variance that your zoning board of appeals might hear. There's not a hardship factor necessarily. What we have to show is that we are furthering the intent and purpose of your ordinance, and we do in fact do that. This application minimizes the number of towers. It encourages co-location, and it enables wireless communication services to deliver services to the community effectively and efficiently. The last thing that I haven't touched on is design. That was the third concern. And there is a technology reason that the design cannot be a slick stick. That reason is pure and simple. Technology has changed. All of those carriers, AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, and T-Mobile, the three that are currently there have negatively impacted coverage because all of their equipment is interior to the design that's there. They will achieve significantly improved coverage, but for AT&T will get the coverage that it has sought all along by having the design be a monopine. When I was here last, I had a picture of it. I certainly appreciate that monopines have changed drastically. We've all seen the bad examples of them. The designs have improved significantly. There are better branches. The plans that we've proposed include branching going way down to at least attempt to blend in with the existing tree foliage, understanding that it's still going to be a tall structure. It would be the same height, whatever design we were talking about. But from a technology standpoint, to get the height down to 185 feet and to accommodate all of the new equipment that AT&T has and the designs that it has to be not interior antennas, not a slick stick, but instead a monopine. I respectfully request your approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Our next comment comes from Brian Dodrell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Dodrell with the law firm of Robertson Dodrell. My address is 945 East Paces Ferry in Atlanta. We're here tonight on behalf of Brightwater Homes, and as Chris indicated, as Ellen has spoken to, the progress has been made, no question. It is better what's before you tonight than what was originally brought before you. But I want to, instead of talking about math, I want to give you visual references. Presently, or the relocation that has been proposed is 30 feet. The distance from where I'm standing to the wall behind you is approximately 30 feet. You're going to have an 18-story structure that has been moved that short distance away. That's not that much. 18-story, 180 feet up, this isn't much. But you need to pay attention to one other factor too, and that is that what you have existing right now, if you set it beside this pole right here, would come to just to this edge of this sprinkler head. What's being put in replacement will go from that pole to this screen over there, visually 18 stories up. So, yes, progress has been made. Has a solution been reached? We don't believe so. We would withdraw our opposition if they brought the tower down to 170 feet. We would withdraw our opposition if they reduced this broad profile plan they've got to a slick stick. Now, Ellen just spoke and said that the technology has changed and they can't do it. But at the meeting, the mayor was there and he heard them. The discussion was that the existing tower is approximately 36 inches, give or take. Because of the cable and the radio equipment that would have to go there, it would have to be larger. But what they described at that meeting was approximately a 50-inch profile. 50 inches is right here. Still not the profile going all the way over there to the screen. If you're going to have something 18 stories beside you, this close, then I'd submit to you, you'd rather have a profile that's only 50 inches wide. Now, I understand that there's some discussion about the whole modification issue. The city's ordinance gives you the right, where concurrent variances are sought, to look at these issues, to look at the fact that in 2000 or 2001, when the original tower was built, there was vacant land there. Now there's not. Now there's a subdivision that's been approved and is going in. Your ordinance says that they have to demonstrate why they have to be so close to residential structures. And the reasons for those are threefold. You've heard them already addressed. One is the visual impact of having a structure that close. One is a safety impact. Yes, in the 2 weeks that we have submitted an article from a U.S. Army engineer studying icing on towers, and I agree, it is not exactly the same tower. But that study found that when towers fail, and they had a wide variety of towers in the study, that they typically fail and leave debris over at least a 50% of their height area. That puts this right beside the existing home. And so we're concerned that...
1.5 minutes remaining, sir.
We're not doing time. We're not doing time. It's just...
All you do is doing a time of public comment.
The existing structure, even if you move it to 120 feet, you're having to assume that the report from the engineer, remember, that's an opinion. It's one opinion. The article is another opinion. That opinion is not guaranteed. It's not insured. They're not guaranteeing that if that tower falls, it won't fall on that house. And in the package that has been submitted to the city and that I would incorporate that has our legal and constitutional objections, I would point out that there is a map of what is called the Dixie Tornado Alley. And Milton and this area is at the outer edges of it. Those winds move west to east and would then, if you had that sort of impact, would push it directly toward our property. You're assuming and you're
30 seconds.
We're not really going to let the mayor manage this.
You're assuming and hoping that that tower, if it fails, does indeed fold up in the compound. But if it doesn't, there's a house there. And they're asking our clients to carry that risk. All we're saying is move it further away. Under FCC regulations, they could move it up to 75 feet without having to relicense. So there's room still to move it. Do they have to move it 200 feet and trigger relicensing? No. If you move it 75 feet away, plus the 50 feet we have from where you've got 49 feet, if you move it 75 feet beyond that from its current location, you would give us the protection. You would still be inside the existing property, and you would protect us. We're asking that the city contemplate, you've got the power under your ordinance, under 54.5, to look at all of these things. And we're asking that you look at, we'll withdraw our opposition if it's dropped to 170 in height, moved away, and you go with the slick stick technology. They can still do it. It would take a bigger tower, no question, because you got more antennas in it. But it still can be done, and that is more stealth than something with the profile the width of this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. Mayor, I was the one who
Excuse me.
I would advise the clerk, our rules provide that for general public comments, there are 5 minutes per speaker, so to the extent the council did want to waive that, I apologize. That
Okay,
was my
no
direction.
problem, and no problem with duty on that. We'll just, again, I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak, so I'm sure the council agrees with me.
Of course, Mr. Mayor, I
We'll
understand. I just
continue
want
on.
to make sure it's clear.
Sure.
Okay, our next comment comes from Shane Roach.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for your time this evening. Shane Roach, Brightwater Homes, offices in Sandy Springs, 230 Hammond Drive, Suite 110. We've all talked a lot about the numbers. We've shared some emails among applicants, council members, and so on about the variety of things that are being proposed here. I want to point out just a general consensus of how we are looking at the request that's being made today. I'm a cell phone user. Multiple cell phone user, family of 4. I send hundreds of dollars to AT&T each month, fully in support of cellular coverage and understand the intent that's being approached here. Minimizing towers in the city of Milton, completely valid. We understand and appreciate that fully. What we don't understand or appreciate in this proposal is that how this particular tower should be rebuilt in what we would call gross nonconformance to all the other restrictions that we would put on any other new tower in the city of Milton today. A tower of this nature couldn't be built on any other new site in the city. Just a few of the things that are in your ordinances today. You have to show proof that a tower would need to be over 100 feet tall if it's going to be adjacent to residential property. 150 feet is the max tower height that would be available today on any new tower site. 1.5 times the height of the tower and setback would be the requirement of any new cell tower site today. Photo simulations would have been required. Balloon floats with 2 weeks advance notice for everyone to understand what the visual impact of a tower like this. All of those things would have occurred if this tower were to have been proposed on a new site. We have a hard time understanding that because of the intent of minimizing the tower, new towers being put in the city of Milton, how do all of those things not apply to this site? It's very contrary in what we see as the intent of the ordinance as they are written. This tower is anywhere from 35 to 45 feet taller, depending on which proposal we're looking at. up to 9 times wider, as we've addressed. It's anywhere between 200 to 244 feet closer than its required setback would be. It's built within the physical shadow of a house that could be built adjacent to this tower. We've worked a few numbers, lessened the variance by moving the tower 30 feet away from its current location. While the percentage of variance goes down, the physical variance is still greater. That tower would be 198 feet reduction in setback. The tower as it exists today is 176 feet reduction in a setback if it were required. We've talked about the tower 50-foot fall radius. To be clear, the fall radius, the design of the tower, says that the top 50 feet will break off first. That's the engineering behind it. We put a weak spot in the top of the tower, 50 feet down, with the idea that when the wind blows, it breaks off at that point, and hopefully it falls within a 50-foot radius. Expedited process is a real challenge for us here. All the things that we've just laid out that would not be allowed in any other context for a new tower in the city of Milton, how does that make it appropriate for this site, closer to a residential property, taller than any other tower? Where does this meet the sensibility of creating a new tower that exceeds all of the other requirements that you have in your ordinance? Going back to the previous proposal that was put on the table for AT&T, the Stars soccer site, as we know it, met all of the ordinances of the city today, save one very minor variance of its 3,500 feet separation from the nearest tower. This tower actually is the one that would be separate from. I say all these things to point out that common sensibility is what we're appealing to here. Why would we have these restrictions on all new towers in this city? Why would we throw all of those out the window just to save one tower built in a location that has severe variances and adjustments required to allow this to happen? If all else fails, if there's no way to find an alternate site, an alternate technology, something that can replace the large tower that's being proposed here today, come to us with something that is very similar in nature to the tower that exists. All of our technologies are getting smaller. Somehow, I'm sure there's a way that tower could be added 10 to 15 feet or rebuilt within 10 to 15 feet of its current height in a technology, in a stealth technology. The word stealth used loosely. The light pole that's there today, 3 feet in diameter. Tree that's being proposed, 28 feet in diameter. Hard to call that a stealth technology. Give us something that looks much like the pole there is today, you're going to find the opposition much less. All of these other conditions far outweigh anything else that we would expect to see in the city. We hope you'll consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next comment comes from John Gorman.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is John Gorman. In the process of building a house at 386 Gables Walk in Milton. Just have a couple comments. I spoke at the last public hearing and then attended the meeting last week, and just have a couple thoughts. I really, as a future neighbor and resident in Milton, I want to appeal to your sensibility more than anything else. Right? If you think about the tower that's there now, and when it was built, when it was originally zoned, there was not a neighborhood next door. Times have changed. Things have changed in the city. And I would just ask you to consider that in this as a variance request. The proposed tower is definitely materially different than the current tower. So I would ask you also to consider that in your decisioning. The new structure and variance approval is a step, as the council member pointed out earlier in the evening. It's a step towards losing the rural view of Milton. The landscape will be materially changed forever. And so I would just ask you to consider that. And unfortunately, I don't live in a world of percentages. I live in a world of feet and inches. And as a resident in the adjacent property, I would just ask you to consider that in the safety and well-being of the residents of Milton, in as much as well as towers can be designed. And I'm sure Crown Castle has the best engineers. Things happen. They don't always go as planned. And that's something that we in the real world who live in feet and inches have to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudi?
Our next public speaker is Frank Morrow.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Thank you very much. My name is Frank Morrow. I reside at 290 Batesville Road. I've been there for 24 years. We take pride in our property. And I just want to read something from the Telecommunications Act of 1996. It gives local community zoning boards the right to use zoning regulations to protect the welfare of citizens threatened by towers. We are threatened by this tower. Now, the new proposal is to move it 30 feet closer to me, to my property. In all due respect, I think that's even too much. The initial tower, we went, the Fulton County Commissioners, as you know, turned it down at a time where there was no housing on Batesville Road other than mine and Mr. Bowen's in that area. And they vehemently turned this down on a 6-1 vote because of the height of this tower and the inappropriate location in a residential area. They tried to get a 200-foot tower put in there, and it wasn't a stealth tower. Even the judge at Fulton County turned this down, and he said it had to be of stealth design in nature when there was no housing there. I have fought with all you people and all the citizens of North Fulton to get away from Fulton County and to have our own community up here in Milton, the city of Milton, a green community. This is not green when we're going to put a 185-foot cell tower right dab in the middle of a residential area. And you remember the Titanic, even God couldn't sink it. Well, we had a tornado several years ago come through Crabapple. It destroyed the car wash. We don't know what a tornado of a great magnitude could do. And there are young families that are moving in. I don't have a young family, but I love my property. I take pride in my property. We care for our property. And, I plead with you to vote no on this, to turn this down. When I look at the AT&T sites that exist, it looks like their only dead zone is along Birmingham Highway. And I know there's a solution to that, and it's called microcells. And we have utility poles going up right now, brand new utility poles from Providence Road extending down. And you could put microcells on these. Now, during our meeting, the engineer at AT&T said it was possible to do that. More expensive, but possible. My contention is AT&T is a large corporation. They filed bankruptcy once at bondholders' expense, at shareholders' expense. They're a large corporation. We are residents. Our main assets are our houses. And to put a cell tower up and increase the value of our housing in Milton, in the city of Milton, it is just unimaginable to me, especially in light of all the way we got to where we are now with the city of Milton, away from Fulton County. And yet Fulton County saw this as a detriment to the area, and they turned it down back in 2002. I ask you as a longtime resident, and I know none of you would want a cell tower of this magnitude next to your property with your children being raised near it, and including the AT&T representative behind me doesn't want it in his area, in the Kimball Bridge area. So with that, I just ask you all to vote no on this. This should not happen. This is not a modification. This is a new cell tower. Modifications are very minor adjustments. This is not a minor adjustment. You go from 150 feet to 185 feet, and you're extending the width from 36 inches, okay, to how many feet? It's a monster. It's deplorable. It's just, I just can't imagine that this has even been proposed. So Birmingham Highway needs a little coverage from AT&T. It's got coverage from the others that should be considered. There should and has to be an alternative. There are other sites closer to Birmingham Highway. And microcells are green, they're safer, and they do the job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sudi?
Our next comment comes from Charlie Bostwick.
Mayor and City Council, thank you for giving us all the time to speak this evening and for really listening to us. My name is Charlie Bostwick, Brightwater Homes, 230 Hammond Drive. You have an opportunity here tonight to meet everybody's real needs. I have to urge you to say no to this, but if you do approve something here, there's an opportunity to meet the minimum needs of AT&T by sticking to a stealth tower that's just tall enough to add their equipment to it. 160 feet will be enough to do that. It's the same configuration that it is. They will, of course, tell you that that's not the way they'd like to do it. It doesn't meet their needs. The truth is the other users on that tower aren't coming to you to add to it because it's enough. They haven't shown us a map that says, here's what a 160-foot slick stick tower would be, and this is our coverage at that. They haven't demonstrated that they need to go wider and taller to meet their needs. You can speculate as to why they haven't shown that, but at very least, if they're going to ask for taller and wider, they should demonstrate that the 160 feet doesn't meet their needs. I would speculate that it would probably meet their needs enough. So you have an opportunity tonight to do something that can meet everybody's needs. Nobody gets exactly what they want. But then again, you probably won't hear from any of us again on this topic if you do that. Mr. Bowen, the property owner who stands to benefit from this, stood out on the street with me before I purchased this property, before I invested millions of dollars in the future of the city of Milton, and said that tower will never be any taller than it is, and it'll never be any wider. They'll never bolt anything onto it. Those lights will never be turned on. They're not allowed to be turned on. And here it is, less than a year after he said that we're standing here with very much the opposite of that going on. I think the intent of your ordinance, which is clearly a smart one, is to keep from impacting more properties than necessary. The ordinance, that is, of course, to extend existing towers. I don't think the intent of that was to take a very modest tower that doesn't get much notice and turn it into one that greatly detracts from people's properties in a way that is significantly different than the existing is. Please don't do these to the families that live there. Please don't do this to our business. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next comment comes from Kendall Bowen.
Thank you. My name's Kendall Bowen. I live at 300 Batesville Road, Milton, Georgia. I'm the property owner of this property. The cell tower has been on our property for approximately 10 years, and I have not had one single personal complaint about the tower in 10 years. I don't know of any public complaints that have been made about the cell tower in 10 years. The courts decided years ago that our property was appropriate for the location of a cell tower. That's why it's been there for 10 years. I've owned the property since 1980, and I live here now. I own the adjacent property, as was mentioned earlier, except on the eastern side of where the tower is located. For some reason, nobody's ever mentioned the fact that just to east of where the tower is now, there's a detention pond. There's no house on that lot. In my opinion, the change to a monopine will be a big improvement over the stealth tower. I would have preferred to have had the pine, since pines are adjacent to it, rather than a lamp post. I think it's more in keeping with what the area looks like. The other thing I'd like to say is this. This tower was here long before the adjacent subdivision was developed. Everyone who purchased here, the developers and those people who have bought property here since that time, knew there was a tower on the property. It's a stealth tower. It's not invisible. So there's going to be a tower here, one way or the other. I mean, I've got a contract, and so when I talked to my neighbor, I was misquoted a little bit earlier. I didn't say that the tower would not change. I thought there might be an additional tower there. I did tell him that there would never be any lights on it because it was below 200 feet. But I learned later that the city of Milton didn't want to put 2 towers on one property. They just wanted to go with one. And I know you guys modified the ordinance accordingly. So based on these factors and the fact that I'm a lifelong resident of North Fulton, and I love this area, and I think this is something that will probably help a lot of people. I don't know anybody that doesn't use a cell phone. And the one thing I learned a long time ago, if you have cell phones, you got to have cell towers. Thank you very much for your consideration, and I would appreciate it if you would approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final comment I've been asked to read into the record comes from Amy Marsden, 527 Cables Run, Milton, Georgia, 30004. I have 4 small children, age 9, 7, and 3. We just bought this home, and I am very concerned about the property value of our home as well as the well-being of my children. We are in opposition of this.
Okay, thank you. And that's all public comment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We'll open up or reopen if there's any questions for staff or the applicant, or any comments. Bill?
Either staff or the applicant. We know the ground elevation that's proposed on Batesville's 1,008, and with a 185-foot pole, the top elevation would be 1,193. I don't know what the ground elevation was proposed at Stars. Can you answer that?
I can. The ground elevation at Stars was 978, and the tower rad center, or the middle of the equipment that AT&T was proposing at that location, was 140 feet. The delta between those is 70 feet. Higher on the Batesville Road site. The reason for that is numerous fold. One is there's a ridge in between those two. The height that we are proposing at Batesville has to get over that ridge to get to the Triple Crown Estate subdivision, for one. 2, there are any number of trees, even at the lower elevation, with all due respect to the proposal that we could go at 160 feet. That doesn't work. It does not get over that ridge, does not get over tree and other impacts in the way, and it doesn't allow AT&T to get the coverage that it needs. The other thing, in keeping with that, you didn't receive any radio frequency coverage maps for those existing carriers, and there's a very simple reason for that. The ordinance, which deals with modification of tower, requires that the applicant show that an additional carrier has need, so that even if we submitted need-based information for Sprint, Verizon, and T-Mobile, it wouldn't be properly before you because your ordinance requires us to have another carrier to have need. With all due respect to that, all of those existing carriers also have greater needs. They're currently living with the tower in its current configuration and where they are, because frankly, there's nothing else in the area that would meet all of your current ordinance requirements, where there's a landowner that is willing to lease property and that's within or outside of, rather, the 3,500-foot tower separation requirement. I digress, and I apologize. You asked about elevation at Star Soccer, and I gave you more than you wanted, I think.
So is Birmingham Road within the propagation area for Sprint, Verizon, and T-Mobile?
Yes.
At its current elevation in the existing pole?
It's being served. I know that Sprint and representatives from Crown can speak to this better than I can. I know Sprint, for one in particular, would like to add additional equipment to beef up its coverage, but because of the tower structure that's there, nobody, not just AT&T, but no one else can add any additional equipment because it's just structurally not capable of accepting it.
But would it be capable if used a pole with the exterior mounted equipment on it at its current height?
Not for AT&T, no. I can't. I don't have the exact information for all of the other carriers. Their coverage would certainly be increased because they would have external antennas. If you wanted to look at the propagation maps that we did submit, you can see that AT&T's coverage objective, as between the Batesville Road site and the Stars Soccer site, all things being equal and trying to reach the same customers for data capacity, coverage capacity, that doesn't just mean, by the way, the bar on your phone. That indicates availability to make a call outside of a building, right? So 4 bars doesn't necessarily indicate you could send an email. I say that to say the coverage maps that we submitted, AT&T has to have a minimum of a RAD center at 180 feet at the new location, at the 10,008 or 1,008 elevation, the additional 30 feet away from the property line. I don't know if you look confused still.
Well, I think I am a little bit confused. Previously, you proposed a 140-foot tower at Stars, and that was going to give you a propagation area that would have gone over and beyond Batesville. Is that correct to say?
It would have gone to Batesville, yes.
At a lower elevation, starting out at 30 feet lower in elevation.
It would have.
And you're going over the same ridge that you're talking about.
The same ridge, but also look beyond to the other side, to the Triple Crown side. To get that same coverage, you've moved 3,500 feet, roughly, away. So you have to be higher, not just to get over that ridge, but to reach distance, that additional distance between the Batesville Road site and, for example, the Triple Crown subdivision. So it's not just an elevation, right? The signal has to travel a given distance. Right. And so we've moved roughly 3,500 feet away from that site. You got to make up for that by additional height to have the signal go back to Triple Crown. Does that make sense?
What's your effective transmitting horizontal distance?
It depends on any number of factors, including topography.
Average.
Do we need to? Sir, do you mind?
Sorry, he
Do you mind
we'll
stepping the
fill out a
microphone,
card as well,
name and
because I don't
address
think
for
he
the
has
record?
Rob Williams with Crown Castle.
Come on up.
Rob Williams with Crown Castle, 6935 Tree Line Drive, Cumming, Georgia.
Okay. And what was your comments again, just in the?
As far as you're talking about the effective radiated distance of an antenna, what the technology's out there, you can stick one antenna up there that can shoot 20 miles. But with the capacity needs of the communities now, they've got so many different towers, they're having to bring it closer to handle the number of phones that are hitting each tower. So kind of going off of what Ellen said a few minutes ago, it's not just the ridge, and it's got to do with the coverage objective, the population, the amount of calls going through. What else do we leave out? The data. Yeah, I mean, it's in the proximity to existing towers is another factor as well. So there's so many different factors in exactly why the height had to be increased. And going back to the Sprint, the Verizon, the T-Mobile that's up there currently, they're probably 3 or 4 years behind in technology on that site because they cannot do any more. So that affects the customers. They can't satisfy their customer needs based off what they currently have because there's no more room on the tower to do anything with. They can't upgrade their networks. So that's kind of where that sits at this point.
Question.
No?
If you, sorry, I forgot your name.
Rob.
Rob. Tell me about microcells.
I wish I could. I'm not very familiar with microcells. That's more of an AT&T question.
Okay. Can someone talk to me about that? What's that?
I can. Just to give you a concept, microcells, micro problem, not a macro solution. So we're looking to cover a coverage objective that includes Triple Crown, that includes a radius around this location. With microcells, you would have the ability to shoot from, say, a light pole along Batesville or Birmingham, but those have to communicate, number one, with a tower ultimately, and they have to communicate with themselves. So you're talking about a number, not just one or two, of additional facilities, but a significant number. They also have to communicate in a line, and the topo around this particular property doesn't lend itself to that. If you think about the city's 911 services, you guys are about to build, I think, several or co-locate upon several super large towers, 300 feet plus towers. You're going to go on fewer of those towers because you're taller in the air, and your goal is to transmit your signal so that your radio and fire and emergent personnel can communicate to get to emergency instance better than they can currently. You're not going to propose as the city to solve that macro solution covering the city for 911 calls by placing a bunch of antennas along the rights of way throughout your city. The other issue is that those microcells also have to communicate, and a number of folks in this area, both in Triple Crown and the surrounding already built-out neighborhoods, have something called a femtocell. It's basically a wireless router, essentially, inside their house. It's to boost cell service. Our goal, AT&T's goal, is to try and eliminate that from a customer's home to better serve them to get their data and capacity needs met without having to have all of those different technologies, because ultimately, in any event, they have to be supported by a tower. If you look at the tower rings around the city, and that was part of the AT&T RF engineer application, there's on that coverage plot, you can see all of the existing towers around this area. They all have to communicate to each other. You have to have a tower to communicate with a microcell, just like you have to have towers communicate with each other to appropriately hand off as people either travel along the rights of way or walk into their house from the street. You can't solve that solution and that current demand by microcells. They are being tested in other markets, 2 other markets in the nation by AT&T. It is a solution for a Hartsfield airport. It's a solution for a sports stadium. It's a solution for a very limited in-building coverage objective, but it is not a solution that serves the technology needs for this particular area.
Rick?
Can you talk to me about the actual profile of the tower that you're proposing? 185 feet, what's it going to look like?
Yes. So just to clarify this whole width question, so that we understand, the width of the tower pole, the steel itself, is not much bigger, somebody jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, than what is currently there as far as a diameter of the pole. The difference in diameter is due to tree branches. So to make it look like a pine tree, you do have to have bigger limbs hanging off near the bottom. And there's a tower elevation that's in your package. And if you give me a second, I can tell you what page it's on. C3.
C3.
So those branches at the bottom, roughly to give you an idea, distance-wise, is about the length of this wall that's right behind the city staff, the little half wall here.
How many feet would that be?
How many feet? How many feet?
What's the total
The
width?
diameter width of the branch at the bottom.
Large branches are 12 feet. So you're looking at, from the base of the center of the tower, at the very bottom, you'll have a 24-foot span. Going up like a normal tree, right? As it goes up, as you go up, the branches get shorter to make it look more realistic.
So 12 feet going out from the edge of the pole.
12.
So 12 on each side, and
Correct.
what's the width of the pole?
The width at the very base is 96 inches, and it obviously tapers up going as you climb.
So 96 inches.
Right. That's at the base, which is 60 feet below the bottom limb.
Okay.
So at the limb, I can't, I don't have my glasses, I could probably see better. You're probably looking at about a 50-inch circumference at the 60-foot level.
Circumference or
As it tapers
diameter?
up. Sorry?
Diameter.
Diameter?
Yeah.
You're looking a little bit more than 4 feet, so 24 plus 4, so about 28, 29 feet wide.
Just a clarification question, but on this coverage maps that we have here, this is strictly just for AT&T's purposes, not for other cell carriers, right?
Correct.
Right.
Again, because we were going off of the requirement in the ordinance to show need for an additional carrier.
What's the width at the very top, at that 185 feet?
Including the branches.
The width of the tower and the branches, so we know what the total profile is.
So you're looking at, I can't see that real clear, 6 feet. So the shortest branches are 6 feet.
If you look on the vector engineering report
So you-
that is part of the application, and I don't know if you have it in front of you, there's also a tower design.
Yeah, you've got the tower, the design appurtenance loadings on the second page at the top right. It'll give you the 12-foot branches are closer to the bottom, and the 6-foot branches are closer to the top. The diameter of the tower at the top is 35 inches. So you're looking at 12...
Roughly 15 feet
Roughly.
wide.
And you said the diameter of the current tower was how much?
At the base, I believe it's 36 inches.
Okay.
And again, it's a beefier tower. It's got a lot more to hold with the limbs.
Can I ask a simple question? What is the height above the tree line?
You know what, I'll have to step in and limit that discussion, but I'll ask the question, what's the, I guess, the height above the tree line?
You don't know what the tree line is.
You don't know what the,
Average mature height of a pine tree is 90 meters.
all right, I have a question, and Ellen, maybe you can answer this. We all hear about new technology coming out, and just like everything, at some point, maybe a cell tower is going to be obsolete, or the cars we drive, everything we use. What happens, in that case, with these
I'm
towers?
out of work. No, I'm just kidding.
You'll move
Gotta
on to
have a little
something
laughter
else.
at 9
Yeah,
o'clock at
yeah,
night.
You'll move on to something else, but-
It's a good question. It's one, I've been doing this 14 years.
Mm-hmm.
I have been asked that question consistently for 14 years, and to date, that hasn't changed. Just to give you an idea, the CDC reports, they look at household usage of cell phones. For the first time ever in 2009, I think the number of cell phone only households exceeded landline only households. More people, especially in the economic downturn, turning to cutting costs. Their landline is easy to cut because if they can get a call on their cell phone and they're looking for a job or whatever, and they can get that call ideally anywhere there's coverage, they're going to have that expense. AT&T, Cheryl might be able to answer this better than I can, but it's something that's asked consistently. To date, all towers are still, everything that I'm seeing, towers are still the technology and the way to go. What has happened in the past decade, I think you'll see, is that tower height has decreased. You know, applications a decade ago, when the Telecommunications Act first came out in 1996, applications ranged from 250 feet to 300 feet. That was relatively standard. That was irrespective of the fact that the FAA has lighting requirements that kick in over 200 feet or lower if you're near an airport. That technology is driving, there's a driving technology that more people are using these. That just means there's more towers, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on whether you make your livelihood from tower applications. But no trend that I'm seeing is that we're going to all have sat phones that don't rely on a tower, for example, or that we're going to have some other technology that makes a tower obsolete, certainly not in the next 20 to 40, 50 years that I'm aware of.
And I guess that's my question. And is there a mechanism in the lease to the property owner, or let's say, and for the affected property, let's say there was a tower
Sure.
there, whether it's the existing one or another one, and 10 years from now,
it's obsolete.
It's obsolete, and it is satellite or whatever. What did the existing property owners get left with?
So
is it just abandoned, or did they dismantle it, or?
I think there's a requirement probably in your ordinance, and I don't have it in front of me, that requires if a tower is abandoned or not used for a period of time, it's usually 6 months, that the tower owner has to take it down. So number one, if it became obsolete and it wasn't being used for the transmittal of wireless service, it would have to come down. To answer your question on lease term, they're done in 5-year increments. So my guess is if it became obsolete, there would just not be a renewal of those various lease agreements, because each carrier would have a determination that it didn't work for them. And then the tower would come down under your ordinance.
Okay, just curious. Okay.
Yes, sir.
With the current location in your new proposal,
Yes, sir.
could you go down to 170 feet?
No.
Is that again because of, you're saying, the ridge and the trees?
It's because AT&T's, it's for any number of reasons, not just the ridge, the trees. It's to meet the distance as between the Batesville Road site and the Birmingham Highway site, for example, to shoot over to connect to the towers that are on the other side of Triple Crown, to connect to the towers that are to all of the distances around. It has to be, and believe me, we fought a little bit internally, long and hard, over the 180-foot RAD center for AT&T. I do want to note, I mean, it's an effective 14-foot height decrease, because we're going not only 10 feet down in height, but the topo's changing. The other thing I do want to just note is the ordinance expressly allows us to go up to 30% height increase. No variance, no burden except to show need. And the RF affidavit that we've submitted, and the RF engineer with AT&T was at our meeting last week as well. But 180 feet, they have looked at it. That is what they have to meet customer demand.
Bill, on that?
I don't mean to flog a deceased equine here, but I'm dealing with a trigonometry here. And with Stars Soccer, your top elevation would have been 1,118 feet.
Correct.
And that would have served beyond east of Triple Crown or Stars Soccer. That was sufficient height to go east and create that propagation area.
Yes, sir.
Now, with this one that you have proposed, and to Rick's point here, top elevation is going to be 75 feet higher.
No, 70 feet, and the difference is the top of the tower is 185. Just to compare apples to apples, AT&T's RAD center is 180.
Okay, but the top of the tower is 185.
But the top of the Stars Soccer tower was going to be 4 feet taller than the 140. It would have been 144.
Well, relatively, it's about the same differential.
Right. I just want to, It's a 70-foot delta. The difference comes in, you're also moving roughly 3,500 feet further direction west.
Away
So
from-
to meet those same coverage objectives,
I follow.
Okay. Matt?
And kind of on the Star Soccer question, I mean, you were there, and when you did that application, most of that's in a floodplain. Just curious as to, with all these residents as it was, you could have been kind of closer or further away from homes. Just curious why that wasn't a spot.
the Star Soccer location, the site on that property was at the highest elevation on that property.
Right.
It was not in the floodplain
Why was a floodplain?
because you
option
have a
not-
150-foot height limitation. So there was no, it was the tallest tower at the highest elevation on that site that AT&T could come in with without seeking a variance as to height.
Seeking a variance as to height.
You know, and not to be the bad guy or the big pink elephant in the room, but, and not speaking to attorney, maybe our city attorney, you know, can help us, but it looks like to me we're gonna deal with a cell tower. Whether it was at the previous proposed location, whether it's this cell tower, you know, and I certainly see everybody's case here, but, you know, can you explain just what will happen? You know, obviously we have to make some kind of decision.
Well, I think,
and
Mr. Mayor, to the
what's our
extent
directions?
you're asking what we need, at least to be sort of contemplating, I think that AT&T has sort of made that clear, at least to the city, at some of the meetings that we participated in with them, and that is that they either are going to get relief here or they are going to renew their application immediately at the alternative site. So you're going to be dealing with a tower at one of these two locations. I don't mean to be too matter of fact on it, but I think I can say that's period. It's going to be at one of the two locations. You know, the city of Milton is certainly no stranger to cell towers, and I think I've made this clear, and the city manager's made this clear at our meetings. I mean, we are in litigation right now over 3 cell towers. We know a lot about these devices and know that they're necessary and know that a lot of folks don't want them near them, and we understand that. So I don't mean to bookend it so cavalierly, but I think that you can understand that you're either going to address this issue before us in a way that satisfies AT&T, or you're going to address it in a way that may make sense for them at another location that you've had in front of you already.
And Ken, maybe you can answer this, or maybe Robin. I wasn't here when you did the prior application. Was that an AT&T only tower at 140 feet on the Star Soccer location? Or is that combining other carriers?
I think that was a single AT&T tower, which therefore, because this proposal dispensed with the need for that tower, that is in fact one of the requirements for them to get under the modification rule of our expedited process. They had to show to the director that a tower, a swap and drop is what we're calling it, or a drop and swap, took away the need for another tower in Milton.
And that tower at Star Soccer did meet all of our current city ordinance requirements?
Other than the distance between a nearby tower. Other than that, I believe the answer is yes.
But as far as the setbacks, distance from property lines?
I'm only aware of it requiring
It was
one variance.
fairly close in the back there, but I can't remember what the exact.
It met the requirements. I'd be careful not to go so far as to consent tonight that it would have met all of our requirements, because it was withdrawn before we could actually make that determination. So to the extent that we were evaluating it, it met our setback requirements.
And the city manager makes a good point as well. I mean, I don't want to get into the position of stating on the record that one was warranted and the other is warranted. I was simply trying to make the point we will be dealing with them at one location or the other.
And my question was more just for edification and education to understand what was in the first proposal, not to say, well, let's go to that one.
Right.
Because that's not what's before us.
Well, and to further my question, because, we've had recommended to us, and I certainly understand, I wish, we didn't have to deal with cell towers, no offense, but, nobody wants a cell tower in their backyard, and I totally get it. But what is the process? I mean, we have this with zoning sometimes. There are certain things that if we choose to deny, then sometimes we lose all control, and it's force-fed to us. So without
I think
speaking wrong, I'll leave that up to you. But
a couple of thoughts. Number one, first of all, but for the variances, to the extent that they met the definition of modification, this wouldn't really be that onerous of a task, because it would almost be, I'm not going to say as a matter of right, but they would still need to show a need. But it's only because of the variances that I think the council has a lot more flexibility, and candidly, you would have the right to deny. I mean, they may have satisfied a need requirement, but the variances alter the analysis.
And I guess that we've said it, as Bill said, not to beat a dead horse or equine. When I look at this, the difference I see is we're putting something a lot larger, in my view, than what's there today. The people bought knowing what was there today. The property owner, the developer knew what was there today. That's my concern when I look at this is, yes, there's a need. Is this the best place to put it?
Now, kind of to Rick's point, in my opinion, the modification ordinance was, that's just my opinion, is a slight modification here or there. Perhaps another array on an existing tower. I know that's not the type of tower that's there now. Building another tower that's, 45 feet, 35, whatever it is, feet taller than what it is now, in a different location, even though it's right there, is a new tower in my mind. Yes, the folks that bought recently knew that thing was there, but again, that's what they thought was there. I know I'm not sure that this, in my mind, meets the spirit of our modification ordinance. To me, it's a new tower on the same location. That's just my thoughts.
And again, the only comment I would have is we're going to be, unless you tell me wrong, city manager, or staff or city attorney, we're going to deal with this somewhere. And to the point, obviously this is a different tower and bigger and all that, but, and I'm not saying it should be here or there, trying to pick one spot or another. But obviously if a tower goes somewhere else, it's going to be different than what people bought too.
Sure.
So what I'm saying is we're just maybe pushing the can down the road, but, we can't come to a resolution.
Well, again, in my main concern, and voicing my concern when I've talked to different council members, is the change. And if it was, if as to Ken's point, if it was in compliance with our current ordinance, you're right, we wouldn't even be on this discussion. It would go up 30%. But because we already have these variances from what we said, we don't want to. This is what we think protects Milton. That's where my concern comes in, is for the residents that are there. What's the impact?
Sure. Matt?
Considering I'm one of the new guys on council,
not anymore.
I'm the new one, buddy.
How did we come up with 150 feet to begin with? I mean, that was our ordinance originally. What's the history on that? Was that just a Fulton County ordinance originally that we just took in? Did we actually have a debate on that?
That was a thorough evaluation of the ordinance of the council, and it was adopted. It was an ordinance that existed after Fulton County, so it's not a carryover ordinance.
Gotcha.
But it happened, and it preceded the most recent process, which was to look towards the more general philosophy, as you can remember, of limiting the number of towers in Milton. So that's the one thing I just want to focus you back in on, is that was the policy decision of the council, was to limit the number of towers, either by incentivizing the extension of an existing one or allowing one to go for replacement in a place where one already exists. So this is a bit of a nuance compared to what this would look like if a new tower application were to come in, right? So I get, it's subject to what does replacement mean, and I get that there's different interpretations of that, but this request is traveling on a different path than a new tower application, and you just have to remember that as you make whatever decision you want to make, that we can talk about a new tower process, but that's not the process we're in right now.
Correct.
So we can talk about that one all day long, but that doesn't exist tonight for the purpose of you making a decision on this application.
Right, yeah, that's the big issue, unfortunately, that we're faced with is, we're looking at something that's bigger than our ordinance, but the intent was to eliminate a new tower somewhere, an additional tower. Anybody else? Bill?
Just one last comment. I find it curious, based on the joint meeting that the applicant had with the community, that we came down 10 feet in height. I guess the question, was it based on engineering study, or was it based on just a compromise? And is there any more room there for compromise on height?
Sure, I absolutely can address that. Lanray Ogun, who came to the meeting last week on behalf of AT&T, but also his immediate superior, Ayman, whose last name I cannot remember, and I can't pronounce, Mustafa, who is the senior RF engineer for AT&T. We all had a conference call and meeting Wednesday afternoon, immediately after our meeting. They looked at it Wednesday afternoon, Thursday, and Friday morning, and the answer that I was given from their RF team was, frankly, first, you can go down 6 feet. You can go down because we're losing the additional elevation, and I appreciate that 4 feet in elevation does not sound like much. I absolutely appreciate that. But their answer was, first, we want to go down, if at all, just 5 feet, and then take into account that additional 6 feet, or 4 feet rather, elevation. They came back after we went back to them and said, no, really, what is the bottom line? And they have said definitively 180 feet. I'm not an RF engineer, but their team did look at it. They've been looking at this area for years. They've looked at this site for years. This is the only solution that works for them from a radio frequency perspective. It was not just a settlement. It was a good faith attempt based on the engineering needs to meet customer demand.
So just to be totally clear.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about the highest mounting height of the equipment is 180, and that would make the top of the tower 185?
The top of the tower is 185, yes, sir. So AT&T's, its rad center, it's the midpoint of the antennas for any carrier, not just AT&T, is at 180 feet. Top of the steel, 185 feet, with branches hanging off so that you don't have just a metal pole sticking up. With all due respect, I certainly appreciate the discussion, and I also appreciate, that this is a different stealth design than what is there now. I do. At the same time, the current design doesn't work. The ordinance allows you to consider technology changes and still approve a stealth design. That is the direction we were given a little under a year ago when we, in good faith, withdrew the application at the Star Soccer Field, and have spent the past year modifying your ordinance to allow for this particular policy decision to say we prefer taller towers than new towers, up to certain limitations, up to no lighting requirement to preserve the aesthetic view of the city, no blinking red light or white light, and to ensure that we don't increase the height over 30%. We've met that. We're at 23% increase in height, and certainly I appreciate the weighty consideration. It isn't a question of whether there is a need. That was determined, your independent RF consultant determined that. The question, I think, is where, and this is the best alternative that exists and that meets your ordinance requirements. We are here before you before a public hearing because there is a variance request. We are, with respect to the closest property owner that is not our landlord, reducing the impact of the variance requested. It's still a large variance, I appreciate that. But it's, as you take into account both tower height, existing and proposed, we are reducing the variance by a percentage over what is currently there. So it is an improvement as to the existing property owners.
But for, just so I'm totally clear, from a height standpoint, the minimum with this type of technology, the minimum height and that location you can go would be the 185 feet
Correct.
to
Yes, sir.
accomplish what it is you'd like to do.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if I could weigh in just a little bit. You know, this is one of those nights where you wish that when you became a city manager, they gave you some sort of magical power that you could all of a sudden take situations like this and figure out a solution that benefited everybody. But since that didn't come with the job, one of the other things I have to do is I have to try my best to remain as impartial in a position and just offer up suggestions to you that you can thereby make good decisions on. And the one that I feel that I need to offer up to you tonight is one that is in the spirit of protecting the city of Milton. And that's to just be mindful of the fact that we have an adopted ordinance that allows for towers to increase in height from 150 to 195 as a matter of policy, as a matter of ordinance, right? I mean, we allow up to 30% extension, which is why in the meeting that we had and we were able to get to a reduction in height, you know, my ability to say, hey, you got it to 185, let's now get it to 170, let's get it to 160, let's get it to 150, let's do away with it altogether. You know, I have had a little bit hard time doing that for a couple of reasons. Number one is I felt as though the application was in conformance with our code as it existed at 195 because it didn't seek a variance. Number two is I think the purpose of this whole ordinance that incentivizes co-location or drop and swap or extension of a tower, at some point we're going to be pushed to the point where we all of a sudden say, okay, 185 wasn't good, let's go down to 175. At what point then do we legislate out that future request to say, well, we wouldn't have needed this next one if you'd let us go at 185, but now we've got coverage problems somewhere else because we were limited to 175 on that one. So that's some of the balance that went into trying to figure out what was a good recommendation for this. Is it the perfect answer? Is there people that are going to agree and disagree in the room tonight? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, you know, one of the things you charged me to do is to make sound recommendations that protect the city of Milton. Number one, its citizens. Number two, you as an elected body. And number three, our general city from outside exposure that we don't need to endure. That's why you don't see that there was a lot of discussion beyond this one reduction in height, is because I felt as though it was a good faith offering to start with. It might not be perfect, but I don't know that I had necessarily had a lot of latitude to press for more.
You know what, if is council okay with a comment from a adjacent property owner? Or?
Yes. Time limit.
We'll allow a minute.
So from what I understand here,
Mr.
100, excuse me?
State your name and address.
Oh,
for
I'm
the
sorry,
record.
Frank Morrow, 290 Batesville Road, adjacent property owner. So what I understand here, 190-foot, 85-foot cell tower is better on Batesville Road because it will provide coverage for Birmingham Highway than putting a 140-foot tower, much lower tower, on an open soccer field. And that's what you have to consider. You're going to totally destroy property owners on Batesville Road at 185 feet, whereas at 140 feet at the soccer field, it will not nearly have that same effect. Not nearly. And they need the service over there, not over at Batesville. We've got service at Batesville. They're in need, we have to pay the penalty. And I think that's unfair, and I behoove you to consider that. Thank you.
Okay. You don't was afraid of this, but I'll go ahead and 1 minute on the other side. This council's all right. Make sure, fill out a comment card. If you have it.
Carolyn Lauterbach at 649 Citation Trail. Just to let you know, the Star Soccer application, that is not in the middle of an open field. It is right next door to Triple Crown, which is a neighborhood of 130 existing homes. The homes that have been there for 10 years, not a new neighborhood. And it does not meet your city ordinance for new tower. It is well within the 3,500 feet, and not by a little bit, by a lot of bit. So don't think it's one or the other. A new tower there does not meet your city ordinance. This application meets the existing city ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this is this is the one, Matt.
I'll speak on this. You go through a series of logic and understanding with where we got to where we are today, and talk to everybody on this. You know, it began when I'm driving down Birmingham Highway and I'm talking to people and I drop coverage. That does exist on Birmingham Highway. Is there a safety issue with that? I didn't really think there was until I had to meet with the people of Arcaro and actually talk to them about another issue above them, and they complain that people are actually driving down Birmingham Highway and pulling into their right turn lane to stop to finish a call because they know they're going to lose a call as they continue on. So, you know, is there a coverage gap there? Yes, from my perspective. The current carriers that I hear there are, you know, I can see how it doesn't meet their needs because I have Sprint and it doesn't meet my needs. I drive down there, I understand that. So is there a real safety issue on that from a traffic perspective? Can someone, if I needed to call 911 while I was down there in that area, I couldn't do it. You know, I know exactly where I wouldn't be able to do it. That exists. The next question is then, you know, as we go through this, we got a lot of people that you know, bought homes next to an existing tower, and I'm trying to understand why, personally. You know, I've seen it, I looked at it. What it looks like right now looks awful to me. I apologize on that. I've driven up and down, I've been on the site, I saw it. And the current tower, if it were to fall, is going to hit a house too. It just is that close to it. I understand that, I see it, it's right there. I've driven on the east side of Batesville Road, or the west side, came back, and I could see how high it is now over the existing tree line. It's up there. I don't deny that at all, but it looks bad the way it does right now. It really does. So, you know, how do you fix that from this perspective? So we have to decide then, you know, if we're going to fix a problem that's there, what do we do? And, you know, I try to think about it. We have, you know, if we could put it on the middle of a floodplain in Star Soccer, I'd understand that, but for whatever reason, in the engineering wise, it doesn't make sense. And I think that you have to put a light up there if you do that as well, right? That wouldn't fit the existing ordinance. I'm just trying to understand, you know, from that perspective, can we avoid homes at all? I'd love to do it. I'm trying to find out how we can. You know, there's a concern about affecting kids, and I've looked into that. I looked at the American Cancer Society and National Cancer Institute. They don't support that RF waves cause cancer, you know, and I've looked into that too, trying to figure that out. So I have to throw that out. So what do we do with regards to this particular piece of property? Will it come up at a later date? Will it not? We have to decide here as a council if we're going to face tough issues. You know, in my perspective, where I am, people have said I wouldn't want a large pine tree cell tower, you know, near me. You know, from the technology perspective, you know, it's interesting. I've seen a lot of different cell towers as it is. You know, there's one going down 400 right next to the roads down there. I've never noticed it until we started talking about cell towers, and there it is. But it fits right there above the tree line. And it looked a lot better than what we have there now, in my perspective. That is my opinion. I have the right to have that. So as I look at it where we are, we have a need for cell tower. I can't see health effects to it. If you're worried about RF waves, then you would want a taller tower, because taller towers actually prevent that. You know, so if you're more concerned about land values, then you'd want a smaller tower, and I can understand that. The question is which one do we want? Do we want none? that we just throw out our cell phones. You know, we have to make that decision as well. So this is a very hard decision for me. I've looked at it all kinds of ways, and it's been 50-50 for me all night. And the more I look at it, and I keep going back to the fact that we have one there. People have bought homes next to an existing one. They know it when they bought it there. I can't understand why they did what they did. There is an economic risk in that, you know, when people do that. And we have to make a decision from that regard. This probably won't pass tonight from my perspective. I don't know, in my own thoughts. But I know where I am is I think that we have to make a decision to lead. A lot of people are going to be unhappy about it, but I know where I stand.
Well, and let me, go back to what I mentioned before and to what Matt does. It's, this is a tough decision, and I can look every person in the eye, in the audience, and every property owner, and totally understand. But the reality, what I said, we're going to be looking at somebody, whether it's this neighborhood, that neighborhood, whether it's my neighborhood, your neighborhood, whatever. Nobody wants this situation. So, unfortunately, we are going to have to deal with that. Now, I think the intent of the city ordinance and the whole reason, we're here tonight is because there was already an existing tower. I tend to agree. I've driven through the neighborhood probably 20 times in all areas of the street, and the pole does stick out. Trying to imagine a pine tree. Obviously, you're going to know it's a cell tower, but being the colors, does it fit in? Is that better? It's a tough one, and that's my point too. Just like Matt's, this is a decision we're going to have to make, one way or the other. And unfortunately, there are going to be individuals that are affected no matter where it is. And it's a very tough situation that we have to be in to make decisions. But we're going to have to make that decision. I'd have to go out and say too that I would prefer to have swap a tower than add an additional tower. But that's no disrespect to the property owners that are affected here. Anybody else have anything? I'll open up for a motion.
I can't add any more than what you and Matt have said. It's not an easy one.
No. I'll ask a question, Ken. The affected residents have said that, they'd like to see if it was, I don't remember the exact, 175 feet or whatever, and, this and that. Can we, make a decision based on something? And I think we had a tower a while back where, we approved a certain height which was lower, and it wouldn't work for them. But
well, I think again, I would not dare get into the way of what the council chooses to do, Mr. Mayor, but I will say that to the extent that the council takes action that any applicant finds to simply be unworkable, then they will pursue whatever legal remedies that they may have an opportunity to pursue. Again, I don't want to forecast. I have no idea what AT&T would do, but they may challenge whatever action you take, and then they may file for the other tower elsewhere just to hedge.
And I meant to add too, I do appreciate Helen and Crown and AT&T and everybody, as well as the affected property owners, coming together and trying to meet. And what we did have an offer, or what we have presented to us, is an improvement. Obviously, it's nobody's going to be real happy with it, but it is an improvement. So thank you for working on that. Anybody else have anything else?
I also want to mention, Mr. Mayor, since you offered it up to me, I just want to be, for purposes of fair play, I think the property owners have also filed their constitutional objection letter as well, so everyone is hedging, if you will.
Sure. Yeah. And to, whether I agree, like it or not, to our city manager's point, we did have an ordinance, and in good faith, the applicant has tried to work within that enough, and also meet and try to come up with a little bit better, and has offered a little bit better solution. Sure. Obviously, it's not what everybody would like, but so consider that.
Well, Mr. Mayor, it's with mixed feelings that I offer a motion. That's to approve T13-03, DC 08330 Batesville Road by STC2 LLC, DBA Crown Castle, USA, to replace the existing 150-foot high stealth design light pole telecommunications tower with a 195-foot high monopine telecommunications tower and a two-part concurrent variance. One, to reduce the tower setbacks from adjacent property lines from 293 feet on all sides to a 165-foot and 181 feet on northwestern property lines. B, 175 feet on the northeastern property line, and C, 49 feet on the eastern property line. All is more particularly shown on the site plan filed herewith, section 54-6D2.2. To waive the 20-foot landscaping buffer requirement, as the ground equipment on the site will be shielded by a wooded slatted fence and existing vegetation, section 54-6E, agenda item number 13-297.
Second.
Okay, before, let me just make a comment. The applicant did offer a modification of the shorter tower, different location. Was that your intent to?
Absolutely. It's a 185-foot tower. Moved to ground elevation of 1,008 feet above sea level.
Matt, you second that?
Second.
Let me ask a question. Are there some things we can do landscape-wise? I know the fence and this and that, or there's some things that can be done. More of a vegetation, planted trees, leyland cypresses, something like this, so that when you're standing there on the street and you're not looking into the base of a tower. Can we ask for something like that, Ken? Or
Mr. Mayor, of course you could, and yeah, the answer is yes, and I'm sure the applicant would probably agree to that. Has there been a second?
There's a second.
Could I get the second to be withdrawn, because I need to speak to Councilmember Luss very quickly. I would like to recommend that as part of your motion that you add an additional element, and that is that there be a waiver of the 30% limitation on the equipment compound size that is part of the definition of modification in the code. And also that as part of your motion, there be a finding that this telecommunications facility is necessary and essential to providing wireless service.
I modify my motion to include the city attorney's recommendation.
Thank you.
Second.
would you, all right, again, I have a motion and a second now, but would you consider adding, would have to define it an additional landscape buffer?
Withdraw your
Withdraw
motion. Or that could be done by way of an amendment to the pending motion. That's up to you all, of course.
Either one.
We'll go by amendment.
Okay. I've got a motion and a second. The motion is for approval of the application based on the revised plan submitted with the city attorney's comments. Is there anything I'm missing on that? The motion,
Decide you wanted to talk about buffers, or
then you want to handle that with an amendment to the motion?
yeah, I think that would be by way of an amendment to the motion. But I mean, if it would be something as simple as language that would plant a certain width of a buffer planted to our buffer standards, or so, we have standards for that. Unless you envision something particular.
I would just like to see something of substantial height and whatnot to kind of break up when you're looking straight into it. I've spent time sitting there on the road there and the neighborhood.
It's pretty bare.
That's the other powers I wish I had, is that of an arborist. But do you have, as a planner, do you have any recommendations on what might accomplish the mayor's objective there?
I know on one side of the site is a road, is the access road, so you'll need to ask Ellen Smith if it would work on one side. And then I know our arborist has looked at the plantings that exist around it, and that there are some dead trees that need to be replaced, and we've talked to the applicant, and they're very open to replacing it. The original variance was to waive the 20-foot landscape buffer requirement, I'm not sure, you might want to talk to them about what they feel like they can accommodate, but we could do whatever is your preference based on the input of the applicant. I don't want to give them a condition to something that they already asked for a variance to.
You know, I'm just throwing my thoughts as something's of substantial height, you know, possibly beefed up from our typical buffer standards, but, or our planning.
So just so I can explain, the reason for the waiver of the landscape buffer requirement is because it's heavily wooded around at least 3 sides of the existing compound. And that requirement wasn't in Fulton County's ordinance, so that was the only reason. We're certainly amenable to adding landscaping and buffering. I guess I'm not sure what substantial height means, because you can only buy trees of a certain height, and I'm no arborist, but we certainly could work with the city arborist to do that.
Looking for pictures, because it seems to me like when you drive
And I guess the question is, are you looking from Batesville Road, or are you looking from
I'm thinking more from the actual, from the neighborhood, because, you know, when you're on Batesville Road, you're just driving by, but it seems to me when you're sitting there, you can see the base of the tower pretty good, and I'd like to see if there was something we could screen that with.
So we did propose in the drawings additional landscaping along that side of the compound, and we certainly are happy to do that.
Make it an administrative decision between Kathy and Mark.
Maybe give them the.
If you look at C-2.1.
Pretty thick.
There was,
when I look at the picture, you know, existing here, you're looking straight at that pole. If you had, you know, 20-foot high, and I know it'd take a little bit of time to mature, but, you know, if you had, say, 20-foot high trees in a few years, that would at least.
so just to give you an idea, if you look at C-2.1, that's the site plan that was submitted. There is proposed plantings, and the note is proposed planted landscaping screening installed at approximately 10 feet on center, species to be coordinated with the jurisdiction's arborist. We're certainly happy to beef that up, to add some more. But there was, notwithstanding the request for the waiver, there was proposed additional landscaping along that.
You know, and almost, as Bill said, administratively, I don't know if we can give the intent. The intent is to mask the base of the tower, the fence with landscape, you know, natural trees. But Ken, you know, that's pretty loosey-goosey.
Well, I think you could add as a condition, or by way of motion and second, you know, what the city manager is at least showing me right here, with the intent of masking the equipment structures at the base of the tower, which is exactly what you're recommending.
If you want to add that, we can.
Okay, how do we need to add that?
As long as we've got a willing applicant who would put more dense than 10 feet on center.
What do we?
Could put another row in there, stagger the center plantings.
Just say you don't want to see anything man-made, you know. Again, it's going to take a little time. That'll have to be, the arborist would have to, it's not going to happen overnight.
We're certainly willing to do that.
All right, Ken, what do we need to do?
I think you just make a motion to condition the approval to, you know, the applicant working with the city arborist to provide a vegetative screen to the base of the tower and equipment compound.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that the applicant make a effort to work with the, or should I make a motion?
Wait, we've got a motion and a second.
This would be an amendment. Motion to
an
amend.
amendment to this. Okay, go ahead, Matt.
So I'll make an amendment to the motion that the applicant work with the city arborist to develop screening to cover the base of the tower. Sufficiently enough.
Is there a second to that modification to the ordinance?
Second.
Okay, so you probably need to take a vote on the modification.
You do. There'll be a vote right now. This is only for the amendment.
Got a we're voting on the amendment that Councilmember Coons made. I second with the landscape of the screening. Any comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's 5-0. Okay, now we go back to our motion and a second, which
This is back to Councilmember Lusk's
Councilmember Lusk motion. I want to make sure staff has it on the record. And City Attorney, I think we're pretty clear. It's basically,
Have you captured it all?
Yeah, the motion will be originally captured with comments from the city attorney with this modification that was amended by vote.
That's right. Got it.
any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I believe that was, what was your vote there? Opposed. Okay, that was 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay, well, clerk, please call the next item.
Our next item under new business, consideration of a resolution appointing or reappointing members to the City of Milton Construction Board of Adjustments and Appeals for District 1, Post 1, District 2, Post 1, District 3, Post 1, and at large. Agenda item number 14009. This was deferred at the January 6th, 2014 City Council meeting. Mayor Joe Lockwood.
Okay, we've got before us the appointment of folks for our reappointed to the Construction Board of Adjustments and Appeals. We've got Mr. Donnelly at large, which is my appointee, Bill Newell, District 1, Michael Doyle, District 2, and Scott Ponder, District 3. None of those individuals are here tonight, but we will offer up for motion and up to vote to approve these guys, and we can swear them in another time. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the names that you just read.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. City Clerk, please call the next item. Let's see, item number 2 we have previously saw, so we'll go to the next item, agenda number 14-026.
Next item is ratification of a second amendment to the Intergovernmental Agreement, IGA, for the extraterritorial provision of sewer service by Fulton County for property located at 13175 Hopewell Road, Milton, Georgia. Agenda item number 14026. And I do have a public comment card after City Manager Lagerblum makes his presentation.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I will take this one and make the staff presentation before the public comment. You should have at your station, hopefully I handed out to you a document. You ought to see at the top it says Second Amendment to Intergovernmental Agreement. That is very, very slightly different than the amended IGA that was in your packet. This is actually a work product that I had worked along with the city manager and the Fulton County attorney. Let me just give you a very brief history of this. As you know, Fulton County provides sewer service within the city of Milton pursuant to an intergovernmental agreement as is required by the Georgia Constitution and the general laws of the state. We have had an original IGA that has been adopted some time ago. We've had an amendment to that intergovernmental agreement that affected the map, and this is in fact the Second Amendment. You may also recall that in August of last year, you actually approved this Second Amendment. We then sent it down to Fulton County, and because we were working with Fulton County staff to develop a modified map, I think we're adding like one parcel. It took a while for us to get the map done. They finally got it done to us, and when they sent the map back to us, they also had a few tweaks to the intergovernmental agreement. And because of the length of time, my recommendation to the city manager was just to bring this back to you. and have you ratified again, which is why it's here this evening. So this is a very, very modest modification to candidly an IGA amendment you've already approved. And I think the city manager might be able to report that Fulton County has already approved this as well. So upon your ratification of what I handed out this evening, we will have a new IGA, an IGA that you are comfortable with that adds a single parcel and provides that henceforth, if the city of Milton wants to add additional parcels for sewer, we don't have to do a full-bore IGA with the Fulton County. We are able to do that by unilateral resolution. We will then send that down to Fulton County. That doesn't impose upon Fulton County an obligation to run infrastructure, but it just says, we give you permission, and that's all that's necessary. If you ratify this evening, that's what we've done. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, can you just clarify that for me, and I'm sorry. This item number 14-026, this is, I believe it was the neighborhood we, I don't know, 6 months, a year ago or whatever. Is
That's
that
right.
That's the one we're just redoing this, we're just ratifying it again, just
Yeah,
abundance of caution.
it ratifies the IGA and adds to the official map 13175 Hopewell
Okay.
Road. That's all this does.
I know it's shocking that this would take 6 months to get done. I'd hate to see what it would take to have something that was really difficult to get done, but this has been, but I can tell you that when we submitted this down to Fulton in August, it hit their agenda finally earlier today, and they did approve it.
This is the parcel that sanitary sewer transverse property, is this correct?
This is a parcel that's on Birmingham Highway, I believe it was, just north of, is this Birmingham Highway?
Hopewell.
Yeah,
Hopewell Road.
Hope Road, north of Milton High School.
North of
No, where
Cambridge.
is this one?
I think it's right there at the southern end of Hopewell where it turns into Alpharetta.
Yeah.
Across
Yeah,
from.
you're.
About a
Like,
half
it
a
was
mile
like
inside the city
10
limits.
homes or something like that, it wasn't.
That's right, it was that single road in,
The
that single
sewer
cul-de-sac.
connection was actually
Yeah.
already on the property.
That's
That's
right.
the
The
one.
sewer runs through the property.
That's darn long, I forgot which parcel it was. Right, but, yeah, you all think you've already done this. It just took us 6 months to get it done, so we feel as though you need to do it again, just so that nobody could ever say, well, that was there was even people that weren't even on council that voted on it when they approved it 6 months ago.
To pick up the pace.
Okay.
So then,
Question, Bill, and then Greg?
So the modifications from the last time that it was approved, are the modifications in red?
Yeah, the modifications in red are the differences that Fulton County wanted to make, which is why I brought it back to you at all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes,
Greg?
sir.
so this is going back to something you did earlier, but then future, like the property that was just approved across from Cambridge, because that will require sewer connection, that we would just do with the simple resolution.
Give us about
Okay.
42 seconds and we'll experience that for the
Got
first
it.
time.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a,
We do have a public comment
oh, absolutely.
from Mr. Walter Rico.
Man, if he stayed here that long, we gotta let him speak.
Wow.
Better let him talk.
You can go ahead and make two, Walt.
I'm
since
sorry
you
to
stayed
speak
so
at
long.
all, but again, this is involving a rezoning that you handled back in August for Milton Place, the second phase, and I'm just here to make sure that if there's any problems or objections, that I was here to respond to those questions. But I can say sewer is just as important as it's maybe not communication, but it's another service that we have to have in our community. So thank you very much for looking at this and considering and getting this work done. Thank you.
Okay, Rick?
Ready for a motion?
Sure.
I'll make a motion that we accept as read the ratification of a second amendment to the intergovernmental agreement for the extraterritorial provision of sewer service by Fulton County for property located at 13175 Hopewell Road, Milton, Georgia, agenda item number 14-026.
Councilmember Morrig, would you mind also including in your motion as handed out by the city attorney this evening?
As handed out by the city attorney.
Thank you very much.
Second the motion.
Okay, I've got a motion by Councilmember Moreg, a second from Councilmember Lusk. Any discussion?
Just real quick, I think I voted in the negative on this the first time just because I was happy with the first sewer map, so That's why I'll vote negative this time.
Don't change.
I can't remember.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No. Sorry.
Which one are you going for?
We had another day.
We had him, what's
All
that?
right, looks
You
like
only
we-
get to vote once.
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever you want to put it down.
Oh,
5-1.
I'm calling it unanimous.
Life works for me.
All right, city clerk, please call the next item.
Our final item this evening, consideration of a resolution unilaterally modifying the sewer service map between the City of Milton and Fulton County pursuant to the amended Fulton-Milton Sewer Intergovernmental Agreement, agenda item number 14027, and we do have a public comment.
Okay.
Also,
Let me make a quick staff presentation over here, the public comment. To Councilmember Morig's question of what's it going to look like going forward when we need to amend the map, this is the example of what it looks like going forward. This resolution, now that you've ratified the one just prior, this is a resolution that now that we have the unilateral authority to add parcels to the sewer map and then transmit that information to Fulton County, this is the action that will add the 9 acres on Bethany Road across from Cogburn to the allowable map based upon the rezoning that you all passed at the last meeting. If you approve this resolution, then we will probably in tandem send the one you just approved and this one to Fulton County. Your action tonight on this one, though, does no longer require Fulton County's consenting to it being added to the map. Your action alone tonight would add that 9-acre parcel on Bethany Road to the map. That's what this resolution seeks to do.
But the applicant hasn't applied for sewer service on that parcel.
That is correct. It does, that is correct. We have not received an application, although you rezoned it and conditioned it to a site plan that is not buildable without it. So this just highlights the fact that we wouldn't object to it being provided on that parcel if they were to approach Fulton County and ask for it.
It's permission.
But this does not directly address those 9 acres? No.
This
is the mechanism, so going forward, if we have any exceptions.
This is our consent to allowing that parcel to receive sanitary sewer if they apply for it.
Can I make a request going forward? Can we not use the words, the extension of sanitary sewer? Can we find some other terminology to use that is not quite so offensive to people? There's got to be another word.
Connection.
The connection of sanitary sewer to the site or something rather than the extension. The extension of sanitary sewer just has so much negative history associated with it.
Many times as I was beat up on that word, I can't believe I would have used it.
Actually, this item we're discussing doesn't mention extension of sewer at all.
It does in our...
The IGA may have said that.
Sue, do you have some public comment?
yes, we do, from Mr. Walter Rico.
Connection.
Since I did not see the wording of the two agreements, I thought this was separate agreements, so excuse me for thinking that one was going to be handled for just the one parcel, and then this new agreement was going to be the second one. So since I didn't see both, that's why I put asking to speak on it. So excuse me for putting it in, but I commend you for getting this worked out, and I think this is the way most governments handle it. So thank you very much for doing this. I think it's a good way to handle it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have another comment, Sue?
That's all, sir.
Yeah, okay. All right. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 14-027.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Councilmember Coots, second by Councilmember Morig. Any discussion?
Yeah, I like the map the way it is, whether Fulton County agrees with it or not, so I'm going to vote no for this one too.
All right.
Make sure.
Make sure you only vote once.
You don't have to tell
All in
us.
favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, that passes 5-1. Councilmember Hewitt against it. All right.
I've got a report.
Go ahead.
Real quick. This was kind of fun. I went to Vegas last weekend and turned on Fox News. They had a weather thing going on, and they were concerned about the weather coming across the east. They pulled up a big map of Atlanta, and right north of Atlanta was the city of Milton.
All right.
Listed on the national TV program.
I saw it in Cabo.
Did you see that?
I saw
Yes.
it. The Weather Channel does no longer reflect. It reflects Milton as the city north of Atlanta now.
Right. I mean, it had
Well, I saw it at
big-
my office.
Big white letters and everything.
Yeah.
So
See it in
I just
Milton.
All right.
Milton,
thought that was
Georgia.
good.
Do staff have any reports?
What happened to Fields
Just
Crossroads?
because it started the evening out as a public comment with a question about green print, I just wanted to put into the record tonight in response to that I've got a scheduled meeting with the Trust for Public Land on February the 6th to explore what green print means and if there's ways to benefit from one in Milton. So I won't have an update for you until after February the 6th, so I just put that out there to manage your expectations. It was scheduled today, and I'll update you in the middle of February.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right. I have a motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous.